yeah. This is not a spoof, I got proof. When you the truth, all of these haters be hella mad at you. I be in the booth full of goose, avoiding chickens, doing what the fuck I'm supposed to do. You tryna stop my plan, know that you's a fan, throwing rocks and hiding your hands. All you got is fam, heard that from my grams when she was watching Silence of the Lambs. Swear I tell you no lies, as days go by, I be wiping more tears from my eyes. Had to swallow my pride to brighten my skies. I'm seeing all these wolves in disguise, they be hating on me every day. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause they know that I'm the truth and I let this bitch loose, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. And I be twisting up that backwoods, rolling through them backwoods, yeah. My haters can't move forward cause they got this shit backwards, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Life is one big road with lots of signs. When you ride through the ruts, don't complicate your mind. Flee from hate, mischief, and jealousy. Don't bury your thoughts, put your vision to reality. Now if you not a fluke and you the truth, put your hands in the air like you raising the roof. Ever since a youth, I've been hater proof. All my dogs woof, it's cloudy in the booth. You don't stand a chance, you know that you's a stand. Wanna see me stuck inside a can. All you got is fam, heard that from my grams when she was cooking cornbread and yams. Swear I tell you no lies, as days go by, I be wiping more tears from my eyes. Had to swallow my pride to brighten my skies. I'm seeing all these wolves in disguise, they be hating on me every day. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause they know that I'm the truth and I let this bitch loose, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. And I be twisting up that backwoods, rolling through them backwoods, yeah. My haters can't move forward cause they got this shit backwards, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
I want to talk about Austin Metcalf's father in particular, and I just want to shine a light on him. The question I'm asking is Austin Metcalf's father an American hero? You'll see why I'm asking that. It may sound weird right now. And then we're going to be talking about Shiloh Hendrix. The N-word has come up again in America. There's so much division. There's so much. Everywhere we look, we see division. Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf, division. The shooting in Cincinnati, more division, black versus white. You got a new white group. I forgot the name of them, but fighting to protect white American, protection for white America, some stuff. We'll go over it. Got a lot of division. A flurry of it at one time, and I've been telling y'all that this country want a race war. The NFL is a sport in America that everybody tunes into, and we can't even escape division. They're seeding it everywhere we looking on purpose. So the NFL draft have become a spectacle of racist dialogue and rhetoric with the recent late draft of Shedeur Sanders. And we're going to get into that today, too. So these are the three topics that got America divided. These three topics have come across my desk, and I wanted to do a Friday night to address them all with the people. Let's give a big shout out to Leonard Robinson for being gold 1 of 10. Thank you so much, Leonard. Leonard sent in a super chat. It reads, Bro Sanchez, man, you be bringing that fire. Appreciate you, Leonard. Leonard, let me make sure, yeah, you're modded. Appreciate y'all. The goal is we're trying to get 10 people to donate $20 to sponsor tonight's program. So, of course, we know that I can't do these, without being monetized, right? This is what I do for a living. And we have to encourage our people every now and then, support independent media, Shout out to Leonard Robertson. It helped us keep making more content at the rate that we're doing it. But anyway, if you're interested in today's topics, the call-in link will be handed out. I just want to go ahead and start introducing the topics and getting right into the video reviews. If you see a phone line beeping in the top right corner, that means that at any given point during the video review session where you hear me giving you my commentary, that you guys will be able to join. As long as you see that call, it should be in the top right corner. Let's give a big shout out to D-Dub Exclusive. Bro, I got you. Man, I got y'all too. We gonna reach that goal tonight. We only need 8 more people, and we still got 3 hours to reach it. So that's I did an easy goal. It's very reachable. And I want to thank y'all too for helping me reach it, because 2 down, 8 more to go. I know we can do it. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Let's go ahead and like and share the video as well. Now let's give a shout out to Terrell Johnson. 3 of 10, baby. Come on now. We're gonna meet this goal, man. Thank you so much, Terrell Johnson, for being 3 of 10, helping us reach our goal and becoming a sponsor of tonight's broadcast. Let's play the video. This is a picture of Austin Metcalf's dad. One thing that's going on in America right now is there's a lot of division. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not for a race war, because I don't hate white people, and I don't think white people are a threat to me. I think that the white people in power are a threat to all of us, however, and I think that goes for the black people, Asian people, and all kind of people that's in power. They trying to maintain that power at the expense of you and me. That's right. I don't look at race. I don't look at skin tone. I think that some of the loveliest people in the world come in all different shades and skin tones, and that some of the most demonic, evil pieces of crap you're going to meet in your life, you're going to meet them of all colors, creeds, and skin tones. Right. We don't judge people by the color of their skin. We judge people by the content of their character. What wise words from a wise man. Austin Metcalf, and I'm going to give you while I'm bringing Austin Metcalf daddy up. His name is Jeff Metcalf. And I want to tell you something about Jeff Metcalf. Jeff Metcalf, in my opinion, is the embodiment of what the spirit of the average American should be at this time. During a time where they want everybody divided, during a time where the powers that be are pushing division, hatred, anger, black versus white, if anyone is justified to partake in that kind of propaganda that I just named, is Jeff Metcalf. Because people, if I lose my son the way Jeff lost his son, y'all can say what you want about self-defense. My boy gone, and he didn't do nothing but touch somebody and they didn't have a weapon. I'm not just gonna say, well, my son shouldn't have touched them. Dude, you crazy. You crazy. And you need to think about if it was your son. But here's the thing about Jeff Metcalf. If he take the race bait, it's justified. He lost his son to a young black thug. Am I calling Carmelo Anthony a thug? I sure am. I'm not like y'all other black folks. You ain't gonna make me a liar. All right, in my eyes, I think Austin Metcalf was a thug, and I think Carmelo Anthony was a thug. I don't care what you think. This is Sanchez's opinion. I think Austin Metcalf's father is an American hero. All right. And the reason I say that is because if it's the agenda of the people in power to divide us, to fill us up with hate, to get everybody ready to kill white folks and black folk, you know, and vice versa. You got the white people forming their little groups talking about let's protect white Americans. You got black folks forming their little militia standing up. You got a father that just killed a Cincinnati white police officer for killing his son. There's a lot of tension in the air in America right now. All right? There's a lot of tension between black and white people, man. And it's going to lead somewhere. Tension just don't dissipate. Tension has to be released. It's a law of nature. Now, how this thing is going to be released is what I'm concerned about. But what I want to speak more mainly about is I don't want to be the fool to the agenda of what the people in power trying to push. I'm not a puppet. You can't pull my strings and get me mad at nobody and this person and all that. So like I was saying a minute ago, white people ain't my enemy. People in power are my enemy. Corporate people are my enemy. I can't say that my enemy is just a person based on the skin of their color. It's like I said, the content of your character. Now, when it comes to content of the character, I think Austin Metcalf, it has the best character of any man in America right now. That's right! Because I can't see a man losing his son and getting kicked out of the conference because Austin Metcalf daddy wanted to bond with the family of Carmelo Anthony. You know, it happens a lot of times where you will have two family members devastated from an incident such as what we have here. You have one kid in jail and one kid in the graveyard. Those two families will bond together. You'll see that a lot. That the family of the kid that actually did the slaying will hug the family that lost their boy and say, we apologize, we want to condone you, we sorry for your loss. In the case of Carmelo Anthony, we saw the family reject the father. This is all part of you got to think, the guy that's the representative for the Carmelo Anthony family is a criminal and a race baiter. He's a grifter. He was in jail for physically assaulting a little girl, and nobody want to talk about that. We can pull up his rep sheet. This man is an agent that is using this devastating situation for race bait. Tariq Nasheed doing it. FD Signifier doing it. A lot of people are using this for their own capital gain. And in my opinion, you got to think about this, man. Carmelo Anthony family was able to raise $1 million. And that's for the suspect. That's because America is so racially divided. It ain't even that the money is for Carmelo. It's that the money is a smack in the face to white America. But let me show you something. If I was Austin Metcalf's dad, I know that if I started some kind of GoFundMe or something like that, I would get a lot of support if I race baited it. See, the GoFundMe that the Metcalf family put out there, it ain't really maximizing its full potential because they're not race baiting. That's right! People may ask, why is Carmelo Anthony raising more money than Austin Metcalf, and Austin Metcalf the one in the graveyard? All right? It's because people will spend their money toward the thing that's fueling their emotions the strongest. And anger is the strongest emotion out of all of them. And when you get people anger involved against different groups, people will spend that money to smack you in the face to make that other group angry. Anger is like fire. When one group have it and they touch another group, they catch on fire. Now you got both of these groups burning America down, black and white. Stupid. Falling for the propaganda. But check this out, right? I'm going to show you how I know what I'm talking about. Carmelo Anthony's GoFundMe or Give, Send, Go, whatever, all of that stuff, we just gonna call it GoFundMe. But Carmelo Anthony's GoFundMe and Shiloh Hendrix's GoFundMe raise more money than Austin Metcalf GoFundMe. Based on what I just told you, people spend their money based on their emotions, and anger is the strongest emotion, not grief. So it's more white Americans that donated to Shiloh Hendrix than Austin Metcalf. That's right. This is human psychology. You can thank me later for these numbers. The truth is that ain't no black people's. I'm gonna give you some truth in a minute. Let my dogs get through barking. This the truth. The truth is that, all right, the truth is that ain't no black people sad because Carmelo Anthony gonna spend the rest of his life in jail. That ain't why they donated to Carmelo Anthony, because they want to get him free and provide him some defense. They ain't sad that Carmelo may lose his life to the prison system. Black people donated to Carmelo because they're angry at white people. Again, anger is a stronger emotion than grief and sadness. So black people are more angry at white people than they are sad about what's happening to black boys with this prison system and these wrong decisions that the black brothers is making. Because we all as parents got to say, we wouldn't want our young black son to make the decision Carmelo made. I wouldn't want my boy sitting in the seat Carmelo's sitting at. That'll hurt my heart. I feel like my son is dead. He in Texas in front of all these white folks. He done murdered this white boy. Man, I might not never see my son again. I've been listening to what people saying who live in Texas. And the people that live in Texas, even the ones that are in support of Carmelo, are saying that the county that Carmelo is in, them white folks don't play in that county. And I know a lot of places, you know, where if you are convicted in this particular county of white folks and you're a young black boy and it's a violent crime, especially if it's against a white person, good luck. Here's my thing. The fact that people are donating with anger, not grief. Even white people, it ain't just black people. That's why Shiloh Hendrix raised more money than Austin Metcalf. White people are more mad at black people than they are sad that Austin is dead. And black people are more mad at white people than they are sad that Carmelo may do life in jail. And I think that both sides are pieces of shit. That's right. Because y'all don't care what happened to our children as long as you can see retaliation happening to these adults. Let me break that down. A black person will send a YN to kill you, even if that young boy do life in jail, because we don't care about what happened to our young black boys. We care more about getting back at our enemy and quenching our anger. That's right. Which is why, right? We'll donate to Carmelo Anthony, but we won't donate to the Cincinnati boy that just got unalived by the police. Which is why Carmelo Anthony can raise more money than Sandra Bland, Sonia Massey, Mike Brown. These are black people that was unalived because of white racist police officers. We care more about our anger than grieving our dead homies and dead loved ones. And it's to the point where, in my opinion, Black people really don't care about who live or die. Now, I know y'all gonna crucify for me for this. I believe we're so used to killing, gang banging, niggas' house getting shot up, death everywhere you look, that black people really don't care about if a nigga die or not. We're more excited about if a white man die. Because in our mind, black people die every day from gang violence, drug overdoses, and we don't care about it. We've learned to live with the idea that we die a lot and we just gonna normalize it in music and all that, and that's just a part of our life. We've normalized self-destruction to the point where there's no outcry for that. There's an outcry if a white police kill a black man. There's an outcry for Carmelo Anthony. There's no outcry for the little girl that was just unalive. I don't even remember her name. Look at that. Look at that. It ain't popular. Only the things that's gonna promote the race baiting, the division, and all that are gonna be popular in this filthy ass country, man, for real.
That's right.
And I'm tired of falling for it, being a fool, putting my emotions in it. This why I don't care if Carmelo get locked up or he get off. I don't have no emotions invested in niggas I don't know. Because niggas get locked up every day for self-defense, and niggas get locked up every day for little niggas just like him. And I don't be caring about it, so I'm not gonna care about it when it's Carmelo. I'm gonna keep it real. Y'all can be mad at me. You don't care about Carmelo? Nope, and I don't care about the other little young black boy that's made a dumbass decision and right now, and he ain't on the news. Cause it's more than Carmelo. It's more than Carmelo. And what I'm saying is, I don't care. I've made my mind up. I only care about me and the people around me, and at this point, it's about you and yours.
That's right.
You ain't gonna get me emotionally invested in a news story. I'd rather get more invested in what happened to my next door neighbor's children than Carmelo. That's way in Texas, man. Let them deal with it.
That's right.
Well, Sanchez, don't you want him to get off? I don't even want, nigga. I want the oppressed people in the world to be free from world supremacy. I want the people at the bottom to make it to the top. You want Carmelo out of jail. I ain't got no emotions invested in that. If he get out, he cool. If he don't, he don't. Hopefully his parents have him make better decisions, and hopefully Austin Metcalf's family will teach him, keep your damn hands to yourself.
That's right.
See, I'm not gonna play the race card like America doing. In my eyes, you got one thug dead and one thug in jail. Sanchez, you calling Austin Metcalf a thug? Listen, man, if a man say touch me and see what happened and you still touch him, you gangster. Where I'm from, you're tough. You what we would call a thug. We would look at you and say, yeah, he bought it. You can't scare him, he'll touch you. He'll put his hands on you. What you gonna do about it? So in my eyes and where I'm from, Austin Metcalf a gangster. He's a thug. Because the good kids don't touch people who don't want to be touched. And where I'm from, Carmelo Anthony is a thug too. Because the kids that say touch me, they stab you in the chest, them some gangster niggas right there, son. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna change the rules and be stupid because y'all want to be stupid. I'm gonna play fair and call it a spade, and I ain't finna lie with y'all, man. Both of them kids is gangsters. Cause I'm gonna tell you, I wouldn't have done what Austin done. If a nigga tell me, Sanchez, you think I'm playing with you, bro, I'm not playing. Put your hands on me and see what happened. Guess what Sanchez gonna do? Keep my hands to myself. Now, guess what people may say? Sanchez, that you a coward, you a bitch, and I may even agree with you, nigga, but I'm alive. I don't care. I don't gotta prove nothing touching him. Oh, I'm gonna touch you because I think you a bitch. Nah, okay, you win, my dude. I ain't gonna touch you. The people that'll still touch you after you said something like that, them niggas gangsters. So Austin Metcalf died like how every other gangster died, because they ain't gonna back down. Sanchez still alive right now because I learned how to back down. If a nigga tells Sanchez, touch me and see what happened, Sanchez don't want to see what happened. I don't want to find out what happened. You won, my nigga. Now, if I'm the type of guy that say, oh, this dude think he tougher than me, I'm going to touch him anyway. Where I'm from, you're a gangster. You're a thug. You what we call a thug, Austin Metcalf. And Carmelo is a thug, because likewise, the dudes who tell you touch me and see what happened, and they end your life after they say that, we don't call them good kids. We call them YNs and gangster niggas. I'm telling you how it is where I'm from. I don't know where y'all from. I know a lot of people gonna come up here and say, but he was an athlete, but he was a straight A student. Where I'm from, we got plenty thugs and gangsters that can still get their grades, man. Where I'm from, we got some niggas that'll blow your fucking brains out and still go pass a test with flying colors. Everybody that'll off you ain't a dummy. We got some young geniuses out here that'll throw their life away if you play with them, because they got a lot of knowledge in their young head, but they also got a lot of ego in their young spirit. And I seen a lot of young geniuses, a lot of young kids with potential like Carmelo Anthony crash out. You know why? Because black people ain't shit. Because the community be telling these little boys, if somebody put their hands on you, you teach them a lesson. You shouldn't be telling them that. You should be telling them, if somebody put their hands on you, you go tell somebody.
That's right.
We failing these kids. And that's my take on it. And we got a lot of content to review, but we also letting callers join in and out the show when we see the so let's all share the video. Let's make this viral. Let's like and share. Let's go to Van Lewang, I guess. You callers are horrible, man. Y'all calling in and static, hopping off. Listen, do not hit the call link if you're not ready to join. So let's go ahead and get to the videos. And why do I say Austin Metcalf's father is an American hero? Because he got every right to play the race card and he's not. If Austin Metcalf's father ain't falling for the race card, nobody got the excuse to be trying to play a race card, especially not black people. Because Carmelo Anthony is the one whose head is on the chopping block.
That's right.
He's the one who's the murder suspect. He the last one that should be trying to play the race card in the county that he's in with those white folks that's finna be in his jury. He need to be acting sorry and remorseful, not playing no race card. So when black people use this to play the race card, we actually hurt Carmelo's case, which is why I know that black people don't give a crap about Carmelo. They care more about pissing white people off. They don't care if Carmelo go to jail for life, long as they can get a bunch of white people mad for the moment.
You are part of the problem, my friend. You're trying to create.
And let me tell you, my criticisms of black people is not just exclusive to them. I'm gonna play you a video right now from white people that's trying to use this to race bait too. And it's gonna prove why I said Austin Metcalf's father is a hero right now. Let's listen.
Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been.
What are we listening to? We're listening to an interview where the leader of this white organization that want white Americans to take the race bait and fight back, he's trying to use this death of Austin Metcalf to get white people mad at blacks and to race bait. It ain't just black people race baiting, it's white people too. So type the name of the dude who is representing the Carmelo Anthony family, the criminal, the gangster nigga. Type his name, the one that kicked out Austin Metcalf's father. Type that thug's name in the chat room, because I keep forgetting it. He's the black race baiter, and this white thug right here is the white race baiter.
That's right.
But watch out now. Watch what Austin Metcalf daddy do to these thugs, these black thugs and white thugs. Watch what he tell them.
One of our strongest voices, if he was still alive today. Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak.
Y'all can hear?
You are part of the problem, my friend.
Can y'all hear this? Austin Metcalf daddy is telling the race baiters they're part of the problem. Listen up, man. I don't know if y'all can hear this. It's kind of low.
You are part of the problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. Do not have any.
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
My son, let me finish. I give you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir.
Now, the leader of this white organization called Austin Metcalf daddy weak because Austin Metcalf daddy refused to let America use his son's death to promote this race war.
That's right.
I stand with Austin Metcalf daddy because I stand for what's right. I think these were two kids and it was about ego, not versus black or white. I was in high school. I know how it is with young boys. No matter what color you are, young guys have testosterone and ego. No one wants to back down. No one wants to take the high road, and that led to a lot of shootouts at my school. That led to a lot. I can show you a newspaper right now. When I was in high school, there was a kid that got stabbed in the face. It was a female. Another female stabbed her in the face. And when she came back to school, we saw the wound. That wound is still on her today. But the thing is this right here. No one it's about children and ego, and parents ain't teaching these children it's okay to back down. It's okay to take the high road. It's okay to tell a teacher. But when you got every parent full of ego, blind leading the blind, you got white parents and black teachers, black parents teaching their children, if somebody put their hands on you, you teach them a lesson. So everybody filling their children head up with violence and ego first, violent first. Ain't nobody telling their children, if somebody put their hands on you, you tell a teacher or you walk away. Every parent in America, damn near, is teaching their children, somebody hit you, you hit them back. And most of us was taught that. And some of us, we broke that rule and we still alive now. I didn't hit everyone back that hit me. I didn't even, sometime it was funny to me, like, bro, it wasn't even serious like that. So I don't hit everyone back that hits me. What I do, I choose my battles wisely.
That's right.
That's what I do. But yeah, you got race baiters like this guy that want to use it for propaganda, and Austin Metcalf daddy has been a true American hero, because if the enemy of the people want us divided, full of hate, full of anger, hating each other, then Austin Metcalf daddy got every reason right now to hate black people, but he won't do it. And that's a man that I can respect. That's a man that I can get behind. That's a man that I can truly call an American hero at this time.
That's right.
And they're using this young man's death as a rallying cry to get white folk into the streets, right? They're looking for any way in. And this black man has Austin's dad on the phone. They don't know this. So as he's confronting them, saying, stop doing this, the father doesn't want it.
The call lines are open.
They were like, you don't know what you're talking about. You hear him say, Jeff, can you tell them, play it, Smiz.
Do you agree with your son's name and face being attached to this movement?
Hey, Jeff Metcalf, this is Jake Lang here. I wanted to talk to you and not be
Jeff?
led into a question. This is
Hello?
an illegal argument. This is called leading.
Do you agree with your
Jeff, can
son?
I have a conversation with you?
No,
or do
because you
want a
could have
leading
called him
argument?
before that. You could have called him out
I've
of
been
respect.
reaching out. I'm one of the biggest figures in
So,
America.
Jeff,
Nobody's ever
I've given
texted
your
me.
message. I've given you your message, and here's the
all
response.
family members, everybody I could
I've
find.
given you your message, and here's the response.
You've not given my
This
message.
guy
You've given
said
your
no.
message.
What he said was this. What he said was this. He said that you, as a father, should be on the bus with him, delivering the message that he's delivering. Unfortunately, he's not a father, and the gentleman with is not a father. Maybe they don't understand what loss is. But at the end of the day, I've given your message, and they thought that it wasn't your message.
Let me have 1 minute of my message
Call
to Jeff
him.
Metcalf.
Call him.
Okay, what's his name?
So what happened was you had the white racist dude who over this new white group, you know, white people protecting themselves. My thing is like, he's sitting there using Austin Metcalf's death as propaganda. Austin Metcalf's father calls in and you cutting the man off. You don't even want him to talk, but you using his son death as propaganda. You should shut up when he call in, sir.
That's right.
But you know that Austin Metcalf daddy ain't gonna agree with your racist propaganda. But you using his son death to push it, which is so disgusting. And what make it even more disgusting, you got to even cut off the father of the son's death you using. So disgusting. Because you know the father don't even agree with what you're doing. Let's go.
We won't, but he's on the phone right now.
So, Jeff, do you, huh?
Talk. This is not a good faith discussion.
Okay, hold on. Here's Jeff. Hold on. So, Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead. Jake?
Hey, Jeff, it's Jake Lang here.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even as somebody even knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black people because they were killing and robbing people.
Do y'all hear this, man? He's trying to get Austin Metcalf's father to go along with this bull crap. And what every black person should do is take a minute and say, damn, I cannot let the white man who I'm calling a beast and a devil have more love in his heart than me right now.
That's right.
Because I'm going to tell you, black people, we looking bad right now. We're looking like everything we criticize. And Austin Metcalf daddy is showing big mama vibes, grandma vibes, love. Even though he lost his son, he's saying, you're not going to make me hate black people. You're not going to make me look at all black people like I should be in fear around them or nothing like that. This man is an American hero. Come on, why people like this don't get props? Let's go. You know, the people that they put on a pedestal are the race baiters and the agents of division.
Because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your...
See, Austin Metcalf daddy got a, man, let me rewind this because he got a lot of unpacking to do with this loaded ass question.
Don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices.
Like, bro, just ask your question. You see how he trying to load the question up to make this man hate black people?
In this country, but you have chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is...
Boy, are you serious? Them numbers ain't right. We know that ain't right. Everybody, that 350,000 attacks on white people from black people per year. Oh, that sounds so wrong right there. That's a lot, man. That's a lot of attacks. I can't believe that.
divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you
And you see he didn't source or state where he getting those numbers from.
can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview?
Because a lot of these race baiters have to inflate the numbers and lie about the numbers to get everybody all worried and feeling concerned. 350,000, you can be nets, and they're just radicals. They're radicals and agents of chaos and division. And black people, we got black agents working for the same agenda. So if you're a black person and you don't like this white guy that you hearing, then you got to feel the same way about the guy that's representing the Carmelo Anthony family, because we don't want the white race baiters and we don't want the black race baiters either.
That's right.
This ain't about race, period.
In an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point. God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices.
And the most disrespectful thing you can tell a grieving father is that it's bigger than your son. This is a problem with black people being violent. No, it's not. This is a problem with America not teaching our children to take the high road, to walk away. Listen to the music in this country. Look at our military. We're overseas right now picking on people. And you talking about white Americans feeling scared of black people, even though we in the Gaza Strip right now taking people land. Nigga.
That's right.
You telling me that the white man is so scared of the black man in America, when the white man is all around the world right now with his military, all in other people's lands right now, trying to police their stuff. You can miss me with the white man being in fear of black man, when the white man have always portrayed himself as a fearless warrior and conquistador and crusader who ain't scared of nothing. I go around the world into areas I never been and conquer them. But you so scared right now. That, come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. So both sides are acting radical. Black folks are saying, man, if you a black man in America, you got to carry a knife in your backpack to school. These white folks is crazy. Black people and white people are acting paranoid and radical right now, and I don't agree with neither side.
That's right.
White people are walking around like, man, black people are out of control. We got to carry guns. We got to do something. Oh, I'm so scared. And the Carmelo fans and the black people are like, oh, we so scared of the white boys. We got to take knives to school every day. Oh, man, you better take your gun if you're a black boy and you go to a white school. I would be scared, too. Everybody acting like scary cats and shit. But here go the kicker. Both sides love to say that they bought it. The black people got a whole gangster rap music, hip-hop culture, where we let the world know we don't back down. We'll bust your head if you look at us wrong. You got two groups of people that love to let the world know how bought it, how brave they are. But right now, both groups are acting like two pussies.
That's right.
I can't go to school without a knife in my backpack. The white boy gonna bully me. And the white folks is around this mug acting like, oh, the black people are so dangerous. We got to come, man, everybody shut the fuck up.
Sanchez
A bunch of dummies, like a fool.
If he was still alive today.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, sir.
Are you done?
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
My son, let me finish. I gave you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir.
All right,
You are creating more
let's take
Austin
it down.
Metcalfs with
Let's
your
take it down
weakness.
because it's hard to hear him. But he said, you're the effing problem. Take my son's face off your website. I don't want to have anything to do with you. And this is the way we move forward. All of the
Now, here's what I like about Austin Metcalf father. He's acting like a real man of righteousness. And he lost his son. He should be acting like the Anthony family. And the Anthony family should be acting like him. The shit is backwards. The Anthony family should be going up to the Metcalf family like, we so sorry. We want to bond with you. We don't want to make this a race thing. We sorry. We want to show that we're apologetic, right? But they ain't doing that. The Anthony family is the ones that's taking a race bait. They the ones pushing the racism. And they son is the one that's the murder suspect. On the other hand, you got the Metcalf father, his son gone, and he the one saying, don't use this shit for no racist shit. Come on, man. I gotta respect the Metcalf family over the Anthony family right now, man.
That's right.
lies that this cretin is putting out and then building a movement around this and then having a black man stand behind.
I'm serious, bro. If it was 2 barbecues going on right now and the Anthony family was doing a little barbecue and the Metcalf family was doing, I'm going to the Metcalf barbecue. Now, I know they gonna put raisins in they potato salad. And I know that the macaroni gonna taste like shit because they ain't gonna bake it like black folks. But I wanna hang around them righteous white folks. And I know them baked beans ain't gonna have bacon fat in them. So I know they food gonna suck at the Metcalf barbecue. But that's where I wanna be around good people. Now the Anthony family gonna eat good, you know, at the Anthony's barbecue. But you're gonna be around a bunch of evil thugs. Let's go.
Behind him agreeing with him. So this is the weird thing too, because anti-blackness shows up in all bodies. But it's just for commerce sake, and it's just for attention that this guy is doing it. Austin Metcalf's dad said, no, you are the problem. You will not use my son to continue to divide. And that a black man was able to deliver this message tells me more about this story than meets the eye. And it's not, the media is not really reporting that somehow the Metcalfs are not, these bastions of white supremacy and white nationalism. But Jeff Metcalf is saying something right now. And he delivered the message to a black man, which is saying something as well. My son is not to be used as an avatar for your racism. And and this is the way forward. And we have to call on everyone,
That's right.
like we had Rachel Bittercoffer on.
That's right.
It's not enough to.
Come on, y'all know I'm a comedian and I do humor too. I'm teaching y'all, but I want you to lighten up and laugh too. Quit getting so emotionally invested in news stories.
That's right.
And quit caring about people that ain't close to you. All right? If you don't live in Texas, you shouldn't even be that. I'm trying to save y'all a lot of years on your life. Trust me, I'm going to outlive a lot of y'all because you're stressing yourself out every day about stuff that ain't going to affect you negative or positive. So I talk about stuff and I'll troll it because it's a trendy topic and I'll use it to teach and to show the people how not to fall for the division and the propaganda. But I'm not going to get emotionally invested because if I did, I couldn't have a good sense of humor like what I got, baby.
That's right.
I'd be up here yelling mad and sweating. But I'm having fun, though. I'm having fun, baby. Let's go.
To just, be out here, you have to be vigilant in gathering up your folk and saying this is zero tolerant, around this, we're going to have cookouts and family reunions, your racist pawpaw should be confronted. This is the time. Either that.
Hell yeah. I'm saying if I go back home and the Carmelo Anthony subject come up, I'm not running no more because black folks made me tuck my tail one time. And I tried to come up with this logic. Well, if they can get off with murder, why we can't get off with murder? And guess what? That's true. I still stand behind that. I stand behind if Carmelo Anthony get off, I'm not going to be mad or happy. See, a lot of black folks are going to be mad if Carmelo Anthony beat the case. I'm not mad when a rapper beat the case. See, I'm not a hypocrite.
That's right.
You listen to rap music And the rappers tell you all the time, I got the best lawyer and I can beat the case. How many rappers you listen to got bodies under their belt, teardrops under their eyes, and they still on the street because they money's so big that they telling you, we got the police on payroll and we got the best lawyer, we can unalive your son and we'll beat the case. See, I've learned that America is evil and anything goes. So I said the best way to live in America is just to not give a fuck. Just don't give a fuck.
Right.
And that's when you're gonna have fun as an American. Shit everybody else taking serious, it's gonna be the best comedy for you. You're gonna learn to joke about serious things. And everybody gonna say, Sanchez, you joking about Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony? I'm finding humor in everything, sir. I don't take America serious because this country's a joke. The moment I found out America was a joke, I started laughing at shit. If you know that America is joke, if you know that this country is a damn joke, why ain't you laughing like me, man? You fucking up the comedy. Now pass the popcorn. Everybody's saying that this country is a joke, but they crying and they angry. Why ain't nobody laughing if the country is a joke? Yeah, I'm gonna laugh, have fun, and I'm gonna teach the truth. Shout out to Marlon Wells, you number 4 of 10. We gonna reach this goal, man. $2,000. I'm finna come to you. Let me read it. The father shows strength of character, and the race beta is just trying to motivate more violent acts and maybe even enact more laws to protect his people when they provoke more violent acts. Shaking my head. I knew Marlon was gonna come through with the logic and the reason. Hey, Marlon, I pinned the call in to the top of the chat. I'm gonna drop it again. We're now allowing callers on. If you see the telephone in the top right corner flashing, callers come on up. When we get enough people on the round table, we're gonna cut that telephone off and we'll be locked in because I can't manage 20 people. But shit, we ain't really getting a lot of participants. But $2,000. Oh, $2,000's mic ain't set up, so we're gonna baptize you, man. Let's baptize you. All right, let's go back to this thing here and review some more of the bull crap. Show you what's going on.
He didn't come and asked or come to us and said. He just stood there. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know if we started the press conference, and I'm not accusing him of anything. We didn't know if he was going to
Bonita Applebum, you got it going on.
pull out a gun. We didn't know what we didn't know.
If this dummy over here, if he wasn't race hustling, he would have had a moment where the two families could have come together and grieved together. And that would have melted the hearts of many people to feel like maybe Carmelo Anthony isn't a bad kid, and maybe his family isn't out to get white people or all of these things. And then maybe people on both sides could come together and say, this is a tragedy, and we hope the best solution for both families. But he can't do that because they race hustling.
Come on. Come on, man.
He told me I got to
Come on, man.
chips.
Morning, trying to talk about black people in a negative way. I really want to start to change my verbiage because I don't want people to think I don't like black people. I just don't like the N's. I don't like the hard R's, right? There's a lot of good, successful black people that I love, incredible people.
You know what that dude said? We just don't like those thugs.
People I was around a couple of them today. Great people, just like anybody else. But then there's the one.
Okay, that shit right there, niggas need to stop doing that, right? If you're black, right? If you're black, right? If you're black and you rock with black people, but you criticize them heavily, like Tatum here. You shouldn't say stuff like, you know, I don't want y'all to think I don't like black people. I was around a bunch of them today. That start to make you look racist, or it don't sound right. You know, I was around a few niggas today, man. I don't hate y'all. Bro, that don't sound right. You don't got to say all that. Just criticize them. Everybody know that we need some criticism, nigga. You don't got to explain all that. Like, that don't hit right. I was around 3 of them today. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, so I like black people. You know, I see them when I'm getting my McDonald's and when I'm, no, bro, don't do that. Let's have fun. Let's joke. Hey, like and share the video. Marlon, I'm in the middle of reviewing some joint, but if you got something to say, go right ahead. I'm going to cut the audio on for you. Welcome to the call. $2,000. If you join this time and your mic ain't right, you just come back tomorrow or another time, man. It shouldn't be that hard. Damn, nigga.
What's up, bro?
What's good, Marlon?
Oh, man, just chilling. It's just that, you know, what gets me is like when people like that get confronted about it.
Yeah, we got your mic check. Salute. Welcome.
The debater, when they get confronted like that, they'll be the first one to say, "Oh, you just pulling the race card." You know what I'm saying? When they get called out, you know, on this kind of thing, talking about people in like generalized terms, as if that's how we all are. You know what I'm saying? This is a problem that we need all. They use that kind of verbiage, you know, as if it's a group thing. And this was an individual thing, and the father was saying, hey, nah, this wasn't a race thing until y'all chose sides, until y'all start making it that. So
I hope that the people in the chat room who disagree with what I'm saying, what you're saying, Marlon, I hope they hit the link. Because the reason I have shows to where I drop the link like this and encourage people to come on, I don't like an echo chamber. I don't like to not be challenged. I'm not one of those guys that, hey, if you challenge me, then I'm going to cover my ears up. No, I want to hear what you saying. If you making sense, you get me to withdraw some, because I've been on both sides of this fence. Right, I've been on both sides. Like I said, I'm not emotionally attached. I'm more so intellectually attached. I don't like to be wrong, right? And now, I think I'm right now. I think I'm on the side of righteousness by just saying, you know what? I'm going to stand with Jeff Metcalf. Jeff Metcalf got the best spirit right now, and I know if I just stand with his energy, I'm on the side of righteousness.
For real, because, I mean, he got the strength to stand up and say, hey, wait, hold up. You know, it's easy to just go with your pain and rage out. You know what I'm saying? And rally up with what the other guy's saying. That's easy. You know what I mean? Because you're all emotionally drained and you filled with loss. But no, he ain't doing that.
Facts.
So I am actually in the echo chamber right now. I'm guilty, but, you know. That's
but
just
you know what?
How I see.
Man, you see eye to eye a lot. I know I probably ain't gonna get a lot of pushback from you unless I go against Jill Stein. but let me say, man.
Yeah, for real.
For the most part, I know that you, like me, it's about the content of the character, bro. Now, a person can say I'm wrong, but this ain't a matter of being wrong or right. It's a matter of me being comfortable. And I'm saying, as a person that don't like race baiting, I don't like hatred and division. These were two young boys who were high school students. And to me, we need to be having a conversation about our young boys got too much ego in them. That's the conversation, not black versus white. So, you know, when I say it's a comfortability thing with me, I'm comfortable with standing behind Austin Metcalf's father. The man lost his son, and he's saying, I'm not mad at black people. How can I not get behind that? What you want him to be mad? You want Austin Metcalf father to play the race card, and he won't do it. Just like that white reporter got mad at Austin Metcalf father. Black people are gonna get mad at him too, because everybody wanna use this to play the race card.
Right. I'm with the father because he's highly self-aware. You know,
Right.
because he knows that what he says will influence a lot of people paying attention to this right now. And so he's trying to talk sense to them. The other dude is talking nonsense.
Right.
He's talking wishful thinking. Let's get it going. Let's get it on and popping. Let's go hit the streets. That's this dude. That's what it feels like to me. Now he may say it ain't like that, but why would you be promoting it as these thugs, these guys, and this guy is, you know, just one guy that lost his temper. You know, it wasn't a group thing.
Hold
it
on,
wasn't
let me
a group
redo.
fight.
I'm gonna redo that poll. My bad. Yeah, you got it. I'm gonna put the poll up. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying it wasn't a group thing. There's no other people involved. You know what I'm saying? This isn't like, you know, this happened at a school, I believe, didn't it? Or some kind of where did that actually happen at? It was at a school, right?
School property.
Yeah. So, you know, it wasn't these people or those people type thing, or even situation. So, you know, it was just solid baiting.
And the poll is Austin Metcalf's father being a good example for Americans at this time? That's an easy yes. Think about it, right? What is Austin Metcalf's father doing? He's saying, yep, I lost my son, but you ain't gonna make me be mad at black people, right? Let's change the color of it, right? Let's say this was a black family that lost their son to a white boy. And the black family told white people, I'm not gonna make this about race. I don't hate white people. You know, you're not gonna use my son's death for me to try to make all black people hate all white people. I would say the same thing to that black family. I would say, you know what? That black family is a good example for Americans. That's the spirit we need, because the powers that be are trying to conquer us by what? Divide and conquer.
Now you know, bro. Now you know, you're gonna find the same opposite, an opposing character coming from the black side that wants to rally up.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
You're gonna have a bunch of black folks that's, guess what they're gonna tell that black family, Marlon? The black folks are gonna come up instead of grieving with that black family, saying we respect your wishes that you don't want to make it a race thing about your black boy getting killed by this white boy. Guess what the black folks gonna do? Man, fuck that black family. They weak as hell. This is them white folk, them crackers. And they gonna disrespect that black family's wishes because they want to make it some hatred racist shit. And that's what the white folks is doing to Austin Metcalf daddy. That's what the white folks right now are saying, man, Jeff Metcalf weak. You lost your boy and you still trying to be cool with black people. And that man said, yes, I'm still cool with black people. You're not going to make me hate black people because a black guy killed me. How are you telling me that ain't a good example, bro? That is an outstanding trait to have as a character. I don't even think I got that.
Okay. I feel you on that one.
Like, come on, bro. That's a level of, when people say white people ain't got no soul, shit. Austin Metcalf's father is a better man than me. Ain't no way you ain't, bro. If I was Austin Metcalf's father, I'd be with the KKK right now. What the fuck you talking about? Yeah, so I'm going to drop the link because I'm just saying, think about this. People have got a problem with what I'm saying. But even the people that rock with Carmelo is pulling a race card saying F white people, and it was a young white boy that was unalive. So how are you gonna be mad at me for saying Austin Metcalf father should be saying F black people, but he won't do it? I would have did it. Listen, if I was a black family and a white boy killed my black son and it was Texas, because we know in that county that they in Texas, Marlon, let's keep it real, is racial tension there. You know, that there's a big history of racism right there in that county. So a black man like Sanchez, my young black son go to school and some white Austin Metcalf unalive him, oh, that's a race crime. That's a hate crime. Oh, I'm gonna fucking turn this city upside down if they don't give that boy a hate crime charge. And I'm gonna pull that race card as a black father against that little white boy who stabbed my boy in the chest. Ain't nobody, listen, all this shit that Austin Metcalf daddy doing, I wouldn't have did that, bro. I would have put the race card. So I'm telling you, Austin Metcalf daddy is a damn good man. Because guess what? Everything ain't always about race. But me as a grieving father, I wouldn't try to specify if is it race related or not. My boy dead and I want retaliation. It was a little black boy that did it. It's a bunch of black people behind the killer. It's a bunch of black people that's rocking with they black boy for killing my boy. So now I'm going to go with my white people. And I'm finna rage war against them. But guess what? Austin Metcalf father didn't do that. And that made me say, damn, that's a saint. That's a being that is worthy of Shambhala. He's a being, right, Marlon Wells? When I tell folks, man, you can have all the knowledge in the world, but that don't mean you going to heaven. That don't mean you escaping this simulation. Guess what? Austin Metcalf daddy got a better chance of breaking out the simulation than most of us.
Right. Because, you know, it's we wasn't there, you know, we wasn't around there. We didn't see nothing. We just seeing and discussing colors. You know what I'm saying? And so we're not discussing actual circumstances. So it wasn't that, you know, unless that's what, you know, this started on that. They got witnesses that say, hey, this started on a black and white thing. It could have just been an argument and tempers, you know, flared up and egos and all of that. And that's how it went down. Right. You know what I'm saying? It could have just been on straight ego, just on anger.
You feel me?
It had to, you know, it don't have to have been about the other guy being black or white.
Right. That's what is. You see, you feel, and what's crazy about it is that you know, with Austin Metcalf father, with Jeff Metcalf, he got kicked out of that conference, Marlon. And you know, a lot of times, if you been in these situations, you studied. See, I've got a law enforcement background when it comes to family trauma. Listen, a lot of times when you lose your son to somebody else's son, can't nothing bring you closure like the fucking suspect's family coming up to you and saying, we sorry for what our son did, and we put their hands around you.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, you don't understand that this is what the Carmelo Anthony family should have been on. And Marlon, can you go into how that would have helped Carmelo's case with this jury coming up? And I'm going to piggyback on you. I'm going to share with y'all. If the family was more remorseful, and if Carmelo was more remorseful in a racist ass county, you'd have killed the unalive this white. Come on, man.
What I would say, like, that would have went a long way. If they took the defensive route, the easy route is just to get on the defensive rather than to, you know, come together for the loss. and find out what really happened? Or did they just lose their temper, or was this an ongoing thing? Were they just two people that didn't like each other?
Yeah.
You know, or were there outside influences? You know,
Yeah.
that contribute to that? Because a lot of times, you know, you don't want to be embarrassed in front of your friends. You know, and then
Facts.
you take it too far. You know what I'm saying? And now your friends ain't gonna believe you. Ain't nothing but cap, because you know, hey, you talked all that when you didn't do nothing.
Now listen, you know this viral clip of the white girl said, listen, I know Carmelo Anthony from fighting all the time, but this is different. Now, a person that fight all the time, these are little niggas that they don't back down. You ain't gonna, I know what type of young boy Carmelo is. And guess what kind of young boy Carmelo is? You're not gonna play with him and think ain't nothing gonna happen to you. Now, a lot of black people gonna say, Sanchez, what you doing is wrong about Carmelo. But hear me out. Here go my proof. Carmelo told Austin Metcalf, put your hands on me and see what happened. Austin Metcalf ain't here no more, nigga. So when Sanchez tell you, I know Carmelo Anthony's type. He's the type of little nigga you don't want to play with him. I'm not 40 years old for nothing. I'm from the murder capital of the world, bro. The city that I grew up in was competing with Louisiana, New Orleans, and Baton Rouge when it come to the murder capital. That was when No Limit was hard. When the killing was going on bad in the South. The FBI had to investigate Memphis Police Department and NOPD. It was terrible. It's still horrible. But check this out. What I'm saying is this. I'm alive right now because I know who I can play with and who I can't play with. I'm from the hood, nigga. That's something every black man ought to learn. I'm not 40 years old for no reason because I'm stupid. I'm 40 years old because I knew who the hell to back down to and who I can smack the hell in the face. I knew that. And you can say, well, you're a coward. Said, no, I'm a smart man because a smart man once said, pick your battles wisely. One thing about Sanchez, I'm not going to fight you if I know that you're so beneath me, I'm just going to bully you and pulverize you. But I'm going to give you the fade and you're an equal match. You talking. And if you too big for me, then I'm going to bow out. If you too little for me, I'm going to bow out. See, I'm a fair guy. I'm not going to beat up the little guy that's my age who don't work out like me. He don't train like me. I'm going to walk away from him too, even if he talking crap. Even though I can beat him up. But I don't want that because, come on, man. I'm going to feel bad after I do it. Right? So I need someone it's an equal battle for me. You see what I'm, and if you're too big, I don't want to fight you because you're going to beat my ass.
I was just the opposite. I was hot-headed, you know, because I was an athlete, running back, point guard, two guard, whatever you want to call it. I played sports. And I beat a grown man up and put him in the hospital for beating up my brother. I was like, nah, I can't do this gangbanging thing. You know why? Because I know once you start doing that, ain't nobody trying to fight you. They just gonna pull out. They just, you know what I'm saying?
That was, I didn't have the, listen, let me tell you, see.
I'm just gonna pull on this fool.
Oh, I thought you had cut off a minute. I wasn't cutting you off. My bad, Marlon. But look, I'm going to land my plane and show you why I brought that up, and then we'll play some more clips and give y'all some. Shout out to my sister, Demi, man, for joining. Let me acknowledge the queen.
Peace. Thank you. Peace, y'all.
Peace and love. And shout out to Tammy as well. And we finna share the mic. Let me say this real quick, man. I'm fair. A person can say, Sanchez, you mean to tell me if somebody bigger and stronger than you, you ain't gonna fight them? No, I'm gonna back down. But see, I'm so fair though that if I'm bigger and stronger than somebody else, I'ma back down too. So it ain't like Sanchez just backing down from the person bigger than stronger than him. If I'm bigger than stronger than you, I'ma back down too, because I'ma play you with the rules I want to play by. I know I don't want to fight nobody that's a guaranteed gonna whoop my behind. So if I know that I can just beat you up like that, I don't want to fight you. And I used to do that. And this is where some people may say, well, Sanchez, you soft as hell. Guess what, man? I feel sorry after I do fucked up shit. Like, for example, right? When I was coming up, a lot of my homeboys, we would get into a lot of street activities. We would jump on people. You know, we did a lot of gangster shit. And guess what? When we would do stuff to people and it wasn't justified, like sometimes we would just jump on you just because you was walking through at a certain time. You didn't do nothing wrong, but we fucked you up. Like, guess what? I felt bad afterward. But a lot of my friends was laughing. They was joking. You saw when I kicked the nigga in the face, you saw, and I would fake like, yeah, I had fun doing it. But deep inside, it'll be eating me up. Now, if somebody was fucking with us and we beat him up, oh, I ain't care about that. He deserved it. But see, I always had a conscience in me, even though I hid it from the homies now. And that's the part of me that say, yeah, I'm agreeing with weight classes. Just like a man shouldn't be hitting a woman. And then it could go the other way, because if a woman big as hell, she shouldn't be hitting a man. Because I had a homeboy, he was skinny as hell, and his baby mama, she was built like that. And she used to beat his ass. So that can go both ways. Let me go back to the... If anybody on the call right now want to speak, go right ahead before I go to the next, finish the clip. Go ahead. And if not, then here we go. Let's play it. Let's roll it, and let's continue the show. Hit the like and share button, everybody. Join the call. Speak your mind.
Ones, just like the white ones and the Mexican ones and of any race that are absolute horrible individuals. Disingenuous, evil devils. And those are the ones I don't like. Those are the ones I call out every day. The ones who sabotage their own community and sabotage and hate America and full of divisiveness and lies. Let's go to one of those fools that I dislike and I'm vehemently against. Is this guy named Dominique Alexander. This guy is a convicted felon, criminal, and to be honest, he is literally ruining the case for Carmelo Anthony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying Carmelo Anthony had a good case to start with, but absolutely the worst look that you could potentially do as a family is have this guy who can't even speak proper English, who don't have a good reputation in the criminal justice system, himself has been to prison for assault and all kind of the violent crimes and theft. And then they had a good opportunity to taint the jury pool in a positive way for Carmelo Anthony. Yeah. Because Austin Metcalf's dad, which I disagree with him on trying to be unifying, because I said these people don't want to unify with you. The ends don't want to unify with you. They hate you and they despise you. Mm-hmm. But Austin Metcalf's dad wanted to be the unifier. If this dummy over here, if he wasn't race hustling, he would have had a moment where the two families could have come together and grieved together. And that would have melted the hearts of many people to feel like maybe Carmelo Anthony isn't a bad kid, and maybe his family isn't out to get white people or all of these things. And then maybe people on both sides could come together and say, this is a tragedy, and we hope the best solution for both families. But he can't do that because they race hustling. He kicked this man dad out of that event when he was just coming to be united because they both lost their sons, potentially. Listen to this fool with his fake explanation of why he kicked Austin Metcalf's dad out of that event. Roll the clip.
Let me say.
And anybody standing behind this dude, you part of the problem, bro.
This. The Anthony family didn't even know that Austin's dad was even in the facility. They didn't know that Austin's dad was here until he was actually removed by DPD.
That means you weren't aware of your surroundings.
One of our security people asked him to move back. He looked back at him like he was entitled or like he didn't have to move, whatever it may be. We didn't.
How do you know how a person look when they entitled? And why would you tell him to move back if he's sitting in the audience with everybody else? Why mess with him? You see, nothing he's saying is making sense already.
Didn't even know who he was at this time. We just asked him to step back. Then one of the members of the media told us that, hey, that's the dad. I said, the dad of who? Who?
The guy that you told to step back, who didn't even never step forward. He was sitting in the back of the damn audience, bro. The guy that y'all taught, you told him to step back when he was back already. And you found out later that the guy you told to step back, who never even stepped forward, that was the guy who's Austin's father. And then that further offended you.
What? He was like, yeah, that's Austin's dad. I said, I know you lying. Like, what? He can't be here.
Why can't he be there? Why? It's a public conference, bro. Why can't he be there? He's part of the public. And why wouldn't you want him there if you ain't a race baiter and a grifter? Why wouldn't you think about this now? If I care about Carmelo Anthony beating this case, and I'm Dominique, when I find out that Austin Metcalf daddy is in the audience, I'm going to say, everyone clap it up. We have Austin Metcalf's father in attendance, and he's showing unity. Do you have anything you want to say? Guess what Austin Metcalf's father would have went up there and said at the conference? I don't want nobody to use this for no race baiting. I don't want my son death to become a black versus white thing. Why do you think they remove Austin Metcalf's father? Because they just made $1 million through race baiting. You think they finna let Austin Metcalf's father get up there and say, let's not make it about race, when these people just made $1 million making it about race? Come on now. I told y'all, people ain't donating because they want to help Carmelo's defense. They're donating to piss white people off, because the truth be told, Carmelo cooked. He going down. He's going down, buddy. And any black folk talking about self-defense, you just an ignorant nigga that don't know the law. Click the link and I'll teach it to you.
And so what we initiated is making sure that we secured the facility. Let me make this very clear. The Anthony family didn't even know he was here. But how do we know what he came here for? He didn't come.
But think about it. How do you know what anybody came there for? You got a bunch of people showing up at a public press conference. You didn't pat nobody down. Anybody in that audience can be a threat. But you're looking at the white man, singling him out, telling him to move back. You're targeting the white man. Let's flip the roles. Let's say that there's a black guy in the audience and the white people are just fucking with him, saying, move back, sir. We don't know if you dangerous. We don't know why you here. You're a black person at our event, and it ain't nothing but white people here. And you the only nigga in the audience, and we gonna fuck with you. Cause you dangerous. We don't know what you got. Now, we ain't messing with nobody else in the audience but this black guy. So you got this white father at an event that's predominantly black, but it's public though. And the black people look at the white guy like, what you doing here? We scared. We don't know if you gonna shoot it up. You got black people like Officer Tatum here who feel like Austin Metcalf daddy should shoot it up probably. But Austin Metcalf daddy is saying, I don't hate black people. I want us all to get along. So Austin Metcalf daddy show up and he lost his son. And he just want to show up and say, let's not make it about race. Let's not make it about division. I love black people. I don't hate black people. And you get him out because you think he's dangerous? How do you think he's dangerous when he's talking like that? And it's furthermore that the man is sincere, because he's telling the white racist groups, I don't stand with y'all and I don't hate black people. And what did Austin Metcalf's father do? He showed up to the press conference that was predominantly black people, even though he should be congregating with the racist white folks saying, fuck these black folks. He ain't doing that. He's going in on the racist white folks that's trying to make it about race, and he's trying to link up with Dominique here, and he don't realize Dominique is just a racist black nigga that's trying to make it about race, just like the white boys that you're mad about, Jeff Metcalf. Tell me that ain't sad. Everywhere Jeff go, everybody making it about race. When Jeff go try to get some comfort from white people, they saying, man, fuck all that. It's time to go to war against these niggas. And when Jeff say, you done lost your mind, this ain't about division, let me go and wrap my hand around these black people. Then when he go to the black people gathering, the black people kick him out and say, get your ass out of here. We ain't cool with you. So you got a grieving father who lost his son, and he can't get no solace from his own people or black people because everybody want to make it about race. Everywhere he go, everybody trying to race bait and profit off of the race hustle, when he just coming with the kumbaya, let's all get along energy. And the white folks is even telling him, get the fuck away from us with that kumbaya shit. And the black folks is telling him, nigga, we don't trust you like that. Pat him down. We ain't with all that friendly shit. How would that make you feel? I don't understand how Austin Metcalf daddy ain't even getting therapy right now. Like, dude, I would be psychologically fucked if I was him. Tammy, your mic unmuted. The floor is yours. I'm going to fall back. Thank you for joining.
Well, hey, Mr. Sanchez, thank you for having me on.
Oh, yeah, anytime.
I believe Mr. Metcalf is a lot stronger than me. I wished I could have the approach and the view that he has. I would not be one to blame an entire race if something happened to one of my children, but I most definitely would be past the point of anger towards the person that did it. And I would hope the police would save the person, because if I got a hold of them, I would be the one in jail. I do apologize, Sanchez. Yes, first time doing this, so I lost you somehow. I am still here.
That's no problem. And you're saying that if you were Austin Metcalf's father, that you would definitely feel some type of way toward the Anthony family and Carmelo, correct?
Correct. Absolutely.
And what state are you calling from, just to be clear?
I am from Georgia.
Okay. And it seems like that you're a white woman, correct?
I am. 56 years old since you said your age. I'm 56.
Thank you for calling in with your logic and being a voice of reason. Let me ask you the question. Do you agree with me that Austin Metcalf's father is an American hero at this time?
Yeah, I do.
Because
I agree.
We have Tammy calling in. She's saying, as a female, as a woman, she wouldn't have the kind of mercy that Austin Metcalf's dad got. So we know that women are more merciful than men. And she's saying, as a woman, I don't even see. This is close to Christ-like behavior, like right here. This is very Christ-like. So, you know, that's why I say I want to make my show centered around Austin Metcalf's father energy, because most of us, we would be ready to retaliate and that would be taking the race bait.
Absolutely.
And I think that it's actually hard not to take the race bait. It's like being a fish in the water. If somebody drops some bait in the water, it's hard to be the smart fish and say, something don't look right about that worm. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, Mr. Sanchez. I wished a lot more of us would have his approach. The world would rotate a lot better. The attitudes we have these days towards people, we need to adjust. There's good and bad in everything. Not just people, if you want to talk about drinking, there's nothing wrong with having a drink. 5 of them, you might want to reconsider that. So there's good and bad in every single choices we have. It's all in how you make those choices.
Okay, and then we can look at good and bad like balance and imbalance, according to
exactly.
What I'm hearing. Yep.
Yes.
I think where we at right now in America is that there's some sort of psychological operation to radicalize all black people to just be in fear of white people and vice versa. Because what I'm seeing is a lot of black people justifying Carmelo's Anthony's action by acting like they're so scared of the white people. And I'm seeing the white people justify the right to say, well, now we should hate blacks for what Carmelo did because these black people are so dangerous. So both sides are doing the same thing, and I don't think that's some coincidence. Some high social engineers is making all this happen. That's why I don't want to be one of their puppets getting played.
So very good point, Sanchez. We all operate under a higher system. For us to be ignorant and think that the system doesn't operate us, that's naive. There's elites in the world, and even our own government, our newspapers, our news, that they all have an agenda.
The more, can I say a little something to piggyback on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
The more, because she's onto something there. Because the more we let situations like this, anything that divides the people, prevents the people from coming together and changing the system and the corruption. Anything that divides the people, if it's the race, you know what I'm saying? If we come together, we're the 99%, right? We just elected a president who's a billionaire. If you're a billionaire, you shouldn't even be eligible because, you can't relate to the people you're governing. So you don't know, you can't give them what they need because you just never went paycheck to paycheck. You never had to figure out how to pay for your kids' college or your kids' first car. You know what I'm saying? That part. But when we get caught up and something tragic like this happen, emotions are automatically going to run high, especially in the immediate family. And it's hard to stay calm. You got to give that guy a lot of credit for even showing up there and being able to speak. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like Sanchez said, he is a superhero, but we got to have that kind of attitude that we are willing to put that colors and stuff aside and just see the human being for the person that they are and not the color that they are. The side, because that automatically puts you on a side and puts you in separation. It's like we got the different Congresses, like the red and the blue, and that's a divide. Then we got the Green Party, which is totally different. But they get no run. They don't get no exposure. So a lot of the things that are hidden from us, we can't come together and even investigate and look into. You know, there was a woman with like a platform that actually wanted to pay reparations to people. She didn't need a study. The study was looking at the state of the world right now. You got a lot of people.
That's Jill
who,
Stein.
yeah, she had reparations on the ballot, and she had education on the ballot. And I'm talking about all the way to college.
Marlon Wells. Do you think, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I like Officer Tatum's stances a lot of times. Now I do think he's a little bit too far right, but everybody who they are. But I think he's a benefit to black people ultimately. But I say about Officer Tatum is he's a huge Trump fan, and I believe he's more vocal than Trump right now. And Trump got a big mouth, but Trump ain't talking about the Carmelo Anthony situation, even though it's got America divided. And I'm saying Trump's scared of backlash from black people, and I don't like that about Trump. And a lot of the far-right black conservatives don't like that about Trump. I'm not even a Trump fan. I'm not a conservative. I'm not far-right or far-left. But I can see the frustration of people with, you know, that side when it come to Trump right now. Candace Owens done left him altogether. So I was going to say, what do you think, Jill? Okay, you got it. Go ahead,
Yeah, well, because here's the part that we're missing, though. You know, it's the economic part of it, you know, that we're missing. Okay, what is Trump doing really for the people like us who go to work every day, who live paycheck to paycheck? You know, you rob Peter to pay Paul. How does he relate to that when when he talks about his childhood? He talks about the first million his father gave him. Okay, so how does he help you figure out how to make ends meet? Okay, it can't be with a $1,400 check. That's not life changing. I mean, if you're one of my homies and you could be bought with $1,400, I ain't never gonna trust you.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not life changing. He thinks like when he gives you that little change, and really he's only giving it to you to spend. And who does that help? Other businesses, other people who are already okay, you know. Unless you're like a really small business. But if you're going out to the Walmarts to shop, you're going out to the Target, you shopping there. The thing is, it's like he has to change the structure of giving an economic floor to the people at the bottom. He makes China the boogeyman.
Yeah.
But in China,
but you know what?
They got
almost.
I'm ready to land. I'm almost ready to land.
I'm sorry, Marlon. I apologize. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
If you look at China and Russia, okay, China has 1 billion more people than us, but less homeless people than us. Okay, our economic floor is the street. Okay, so you got to fix that first, and that's what people thought that they were getting from Trump. So after the dust settled from the election and everything, you know, and they give trillions of dollars to Elon, who's already a billionaire. Okay, what did that do for the people? That didn't do nothing for the people. Then they're gonna try to get the $1 trillion back by saying that Social Security is being defrauded, and then we're gonna start going after Social Security and all that. Whoa, wait a minute. You're going after people on Social Security?
That's why Candace, one of the reasons she left him too.
Yeah, because now you're just going after more other poor people and saying that these people are defrauding the government. You don't try to clean out and because what Trump, they did, they tied the hands of Social Security.
I'm interjecting briefly, if you allow me. Check this out, because it hit me. Trump, before he was in office, had beef with the deep state. I'm going to get in government. I'm going to get all of these government imposters out of power that's robbing the people. Then when he got in power, he started auditing stamp collectors, food stamp collectors, people at the bottom. He started targeting them. Like,
Right. And that's what I'm saying. And now all these people who thought like Trump's on my side, and those were people who are all making their decisions based on emotion, rather than based on the fact that you need somebody who's been where you're at.
And that's why I said, like,
actually understand you.
We can't trust Tariq Nasheed because Tariq has turned into this Trump supporter because Trump is getting the immigrants out. And at first, Tariq was about tangibles, reparations, the platinum plan. It was about what can you do for black people versus what you not gonna do for other people. So what Trump did, Trump said he was gonna do a lot of stuff for black people. But when he got in there, he said he didn't do none for black people. But what he didn't do anything for people that black people mad at. So black people got bitterness toward immigrants and all that for some reason. Trump said, look, if I target these immigrants, which I was going to do anyway, black people will love me for what I'm not doing for someone they're mad at versus for what I am doing for them.
That goes back to the divide I was talking about. Now you see it? Now you pointing the finger over here, so now that just divide us from other poor people. Them people ain't coming over here and taking legit jobs. They're coming over here and serving people who got farms. You know how much money farms make? They're serving people who got mansions. They're not coming over here and just taking legit jobs and competing for like somebody who's in the construction field, maybe. But mostly, they're not going over here and taking your job at the city. They're not taking your job at the in a law office. They're not taking your job at the Walmart. They're not taking your job at the Target. They're not taking your security job. They're not taking regular jobs. You know what I mean? You could go on and on about each job, but the jobs they're taking are jobs that are under the table. Who can give out under the table jobs? So it's a distraction and another division. It's smoke and mirrors.
It went from, with Tariq Nasheed, it went from we need tangibles to where, you know what? You didn't give us no tangibles, but you took away their tangibles. So it'll be like me telling, let's say I'm a police officer, and I say, look, I'm going to free your loved one, but I don't keep my promise. I keep your loved one locked up in jail, but I lock your enemy up. And instead of you saying, hey, officer, you said you was going to free my loved one. And I'd be like, yeah, but I locked up your enemy, though. And you'd be like, okay, that's good. Now, I didn't free your loved one, but I locked up your enemy. I didn't say that I was going to lock up your enemy. I said I was going to free your loved one. But you don't care if your loved one stay in jail long as your enemy is locked up too. That's like black people. They playing into that crab in a bucket mentality to where we don't care if the Republican Party don't do shit for us. We care more that the Republican Party is doing something for them. So when we asking the Republican Party to do something for us, it ain't that we really want something done for us. It's that we see them doing something for other people. So we like a woman, right, that said, you took your auntie and mama out to dinner, but I'm your woman and you didn't take me out to dinner type shit. Like, and when you take your woman out to dinner, she ain't even happy. She just don't want you to take your mama and auntie out to dinner. So it ain't like what you can do for her. It's more so you doing it for them and I'm mad at it.
Well, this is even different with Trump. Because Trump is like, he ain't worried about any of that. He's trying to take out your landlord. You know what I'm saying? You live in a high-rise a skyscraper, and he's trying to take out your landlord. then who gonna raise rent on you? You know what I'm saying? And they gonna sit around
I'm
and,
just
and, and
saying that
toast to it. But
my whole point
yeah,
though,
the point.
my whole point just, and I'll wrap it up here, is that black people don't really want nothing done for us. We just don't want the people in power doing shit for nobody else. It's a crab in the bucket mentality. Like the average nigga in the hood don't want nothing for himself. And it ain't that, and it's because he don't want you to want nothing for yourself. It's a crab in a bucket thing. It ain't that, well, I want something done for me. It's that I don't want nothing done for your ass. Now, if both of us stay at the bottom, I'm happy. So a nigga who thinking like that, they don't want to come up and they don't want you to come up. That kind of mentality dangerous as hell.
For real, because it keeps us stuck in the mud. The thing is that, just like the chess move I was telling you about, black people shouldn't vote for Republicans or Democrats, and the chess move is to register as an independent. Once they see that you don't care about either one, what is the biggest fear that someone in power has? What's their biggest fear? Losing power. So if you show them that you are committed to taking their power away, and you got the 99% of people trying to figure out how to get you out of power, you're going to start catering to their needs. But as long as we are divided, they feel no reason to cater to our needs because we can't break the system. It's as individuals, as small groups, as racial ethnic groups, separate but unequal. We can't change their position. You know, they just jockey back and forth, move back and forth, and they ain't worried about losing power. But if you register, you done made a statement that they can see. Whether you vote, never vote, or at all, you've told them that it's not them that you're going to be looking at the next time. So now they got to wonder what your next move is. Because in chess is about deception. Every kid should learn how to play chess. I really believe that. Just so that they know consequences. They know thinking. They know deductive reason. If I do this, that could happen. That could happen, or that could happen. I want this over here to happen, so I want to make that over there the belief that he has. So I can go in the back and get him. I mean, chess is that's what it is. It's not like checkers where you just jump over. We got to stop playing checkers because they playing chess.
They playing chess. Hey, let me give a shout out to Prime Time. The people in power love this race war. That's fact. Hey, let's give a shout out to D-Dub Exclusive. They just charged a black man for second-degree murder for deleting a white teen for kicking his door in at 3 in the morning. And the black guy thought it was a robbery. Okay. Marty, thank you for becoming a member of this channel. Hey, Marlon Wells, thank you, my good brother, for the super chat. The father shows strength of character, and the race baiters just trying to motivate more violent acts and maybe even enact more laws to protect his people when they provoke more violent acts. That's facts. My whole thing about this guy, let's play the video.
Asked or come to us and said, he just stood there. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know if we started the press conference, and I'm not accusing him of anything. We didn't know if he was going to pull out a gun. We didn't know.
You didn't know if no one there had a weapon though.
What we didn't know.
Pull out a gun. Okay.
But at the end of the day, what we just wait and just say, oh man, just let's start the press conference. We didn't pat anybody down coming into the facility. We didn't look at everybody. We didn't know, y'all. But these YouTubers and TikTok and all.
But you know what? Your excuse can't be ignorance, because his whole thing was, I was trying to protect this family. If you were serious about protecting the Anthony family, you would have known who all was hell in the audience, man. That's your job as security. How the hell you so ignorant, but you still so protective? When part of protective is you knowing your surroundings. Come on, bro, I was in law enforcement. You can't be dumb and secure at the same time. Them two don't go together.
All these people started to rush to judgment. I'm being insensitive. I'm being this. I have a press conference with a whole media press corps in a family that I have to ensure the safety of.
If you want to ensure the safety of the Anthony family, how about you know who's in attendance and pat everybody down? So you automatically admit we don't even know who in the audience, number one. We don't know who got what. But the way that I'm going to ensure the safety of the Anthony family is by targeting this one white man in the audience and making him get the hell out. Come on now, y'all. This is a race baiter trying to do damage control, man. This is a lie.
And had at least 12 people on our security team that day. We could have removed him if we wanted to. We could have literally done that. But no, what we did was we tried, because of the sensitivity of the case, allow DPD to handle it. If anybody that was there, no, we didn't lack security, right? But where he came in and approached, we could not allow him to stay there. Not only outside of the fact that this is a current pending criminal case, right? And the press conference was about the Anthony family and their use of funds. The funds that they have not even received yet at that time. So it wasn't really about the particulars of the case. It was about these false narratives.
It was about the money.
Narratives that came out about how they were using their
funds. The funds. And when you having a conversation about the money and the money come from race baiting, the last thing we need is some kumbaya guy up there talking about let's not make it about race when we're trying to, because listen, at this point, the Anthony family had collected almost $1 million and people was asking what they doing with it. He was having a conference about the money and not the incident, which in my opinion is another strike against the Anthony family and his representative. He's horrible. How are you not having a press conference about the same thing that Austin Metcalf daddy had one bout, which is racial unity, which is don't use this for division, which is let's not make this about black and white. Think about it. The victim's father is having press conferences about unity and love, and you're having press conferences about money. This is just a bad look all the way around. I don't want no part of the Anthony family. I don't want no part of this Camelo shit. I'm with the righteousness with this. I'm with righteousness, man.
Let me say this.
Real talk.
This guy's an ignorant fool, if you ask me. He tried to say, well, we had security. We had 12 people in security. So why you have that much security but don't pat nobody down? What are you saying, bro? Why do you got security and they didn't do anything? How do you have 12 members of security and you, first of all, he's saying we had security, but you didn't pat nobody down, which what are you securing if you got this many people? And nobody on your security team knows Austin Metcalf's dad, who been on television as much as y'all have. So what?
Right. That's a horrible security team.
What security do you have? What are they there to secure? Who are they there to protect when you got a person who you say we don't know what his motives are? Security let him in the building. We let the PD handle it. Yeah, because you wanted him to be embarrassed. Because the thing is, it would have been even more embarrassing if your security team would have kicked him out and it would have been a conflict. Probably.
Right. So guess what? Let me show y'all, because I was a law enforcement officer, how this worked. Right? Let me cut my camera on so I can give you some knowledge real quick. This is important. So you can see about how this part, what's so deep about this part, right? Check it out, right? Austin Metcalf's father had every legal right to be at that press conference. Here's what happened. The Anthony family and Dominique requested him to leave. They wanted him out of there. At that point, Austin Metcalf's daddy could have stayed and made a scene and exercised his public right to be there. But guess what the police did? The police went up to him and said, could you just leave, man? They don't want you here. For the sake of keeping the peace, And guess what? Austin Metcalf's father, being such a fucking saint, being such an angel, such a good person, he said, you know what? They don't want me here. I'll leave, officers. Y'all have a good day. Austin Metcalf's father wasn't thrown out. He left on his own voluntary will because the family requested him out. And the police, they're there to keep the peace. They're going to say, look, man, could you just go and leave? They do that for domestic violence, too. Even though he got the right to be there, they would ask the man, look, can you just go take your walk to the park? Come on, man, you got anywhere else you can go for like 30 minutes till everybody cool off and then you can come back? Because you got a public right to be there. And if the brother be, fuck that, I'm staying, all that, you making the police job hard. So a lot of guys will say, you know what, officer? Yeah, I'm going to go smoke a blunt or whatever, or what, I'm going to go do whatever, and I'll come back and they go away. So Austin Metcalf's father, he wanted to keep the peace. But it should have never been an incident. You got to think, he's the only white guy at an all-black conference. It's public. But let's flip the colors. Let's say you got one black guy at an all-white conference. Guess what black people will be saying? He got the right to be there as a black man. You can't kick him out. You said the same thing about Carmelo Anthony. He had the right to be sitting under that tent. Just like y'all said Carmelo Anthony got the public right to sit under this tent that ain't his, guess what? Austin Metcalf's father got the public right to be at that press conference. And that press conference don't belong to nobody. When you call a public press conference, anybody from the public can attend it. They motherfucking violated that man's rights. But guess what? Even though Austin Metcalf's father was legally justified to be there, he left. Now, Carmelo Anthony wasn't legally justified to be under this other team's tent. And he killed somebody, even though he was in the wrong place. Carmelo Anthony killed somebody, even though he was in the wrong place. And the person he killed, that boy's father, was in a public place and left voluntarily just to keep the peace. This make black people look like devils and demons, and it make white people look like saints and angels. You got a black boy under another team's tent, and he feel like he need to kill to be there. And you got a white guy in a public spot that's saying, man, it ain't that deep, I'll leave. Who's showing the most character? Who's showing the most connection to the spirit of the universe? You know what black people used to tell me? They used to say white people's pineal gland is calcified and white people can't connect to the universe. You know what I learned? You can connect to the universe if your soul is righteous, no matter what color your skin is. And I'm telling you right now, Austin Metcalf's father proved that it's going to be a lot of white folks like him that connect and make it out of here. And it's going to be a lot of black folks that's falling for the division, the world stage, the propaganda, the race baiters, the fucking people in power that's treating you like a puppet, pulling your strings. All of your emotions, that's your energy in motion. You ain't governing it. You ain't protecting it. Anytime these people want you mad, you get mad. Anytime they want you happy, you get happy. Sanchez sit back and laugh at everybody and say, all black people are taking Carmelo's side. I'm taking the Metcalf side. All I gotta do is the opposite of what the masses do, and I know I'm going to heaven. The Bible said that the whole world gonna take the broad path. So if I know that the majority is gonna take the broad path, When I see all them going that way, I'm going to take my black ass this way. That's what I'm going to do every time. I'm not going to following black people to hell because they letting the damn world stage make them mad over here, make them happy over here, make them jealous. So they just treat y'all like fucking puppets. I'm tired of it. I'm withdrawing myself from it. And all of the other puppets say, why you ain't acting like us? Because you don't even control your own actions. It's a reaction and not a proaction. You ain't proactive, you reactive. And I'm tired of reacting with the crowd. I'm tired of reacting with the crowd because I'm smarter than that. I'm outstanding. So I got to stand my ass outside of the crowd. I'm smarter than that. I know better than that. But if I just wanted to fit in like Tariq Nasheed and all of the other race baiters, then I would stand with the crowd with the broad path. But I'd rather take this narrow path and have all the black people call me a coon and say, you ain't taking your side? No, because you dumbasses being socially engineered and you gonna reincarnate. You're gonna go to hell. You don't control your own emotions. How the hell you think you gonna make it out the simulation and you still a puppet? You ain't cut your damn strings yet. You mad at what they want you to be mad at.
Amen. Amen. I just wanted to say that that's the easiest thing that we can do is to take this at face value. The easiest thing. And also I was going to say, my grandmother used to always tell me, honey, I'm looking for a black devil, not a white one.
I'm looking for a black devil, not a white one. What's so deep about that? That sums it up. Because look, they ain't looking for a black angel. And that goes back to what I was saying. The good guys don't get support from black people, only the Carmelo Anthonys. We gotta change that.
That symbolism, because like the sister said, she right. You know, it's like I did like you say you was a law enforcement. I was kind of something like law enforcement. I was security, armed security on trains and trolleys and stuff like that. So I had to have all the equipment. You know what I mean?
Hey, listen, if you in a chat room and you got smoke for me, click the link, man. Don't make it an echo chamber. Click the link. Go ahead, Marlon. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, but for real, it's like a knife is considered a tool, not a self-defense weapon. You know what I'm saying? You know that. You was in law enforcement. A knife is a tool, not a self-defense weapon. So he pulled out a knife. He had to have had that knife with him, and he pulled it out of anger. So what kind of case are we arguing here? Color don't mean anything. It's about the action. Was it justified? And why couldn't he just square off? You know what I mean? Just duke it out. You know, live to fight another day.
Hey, Panama Jack, won't you click the link, man? Because you typing in all caps and you disagree. Everybody drop a 1 if you think Panama Jack is a coward for trying to have a text message conversation with me when I got the call lines open. Drop a 1 if that's some coward shit. I'm going to ignore you and block you in a minute, man. You got it.
But looking at this from just what I was doing as security, from that perspective, I had a knife, which was a tool, on my duty belt, you know. And this situation here, they got into an argument, they got into a fight. Well, you know, you fight with your hands, with your fists, you know, man to man. You know what I'm saying? So was you scared of the guy you trying to fight? Was he bigger than you? You know what I mean? What was the situation that would make you just go immediately to a weapon?
Carmelo Anthony is going to Carmelo Anthony will be lucky if he get around 50 to 40 years. Then they looking out for him because I see him doing life without parole.
Right, and that don't matter what color you is. You know that's not a color argument. When you start fighting and you pull out a knife. Now, if you was losing a fight real bad, you getting jumped or something. There's more people on their side jumping you. You know, there's got to be a circumstance to where you can really justify pulling out a knife, kill somebody with a knife. You know, did you were you at a disadvantage? He's 250 and muscular, and you know,
Well, he
170
go how the law.
pounds. What was his advantage?
Let me holler at you with that coming from law enforcement. In self-defense, you got to be in fear of your life. Now, here go how tricky the law is. If you in fear of your life, the law expect you to run before you use force. Because a scared person ain't gonna stand up to the threat, they gonna run away from it. So the way that self-defense work, and we should be teaching this to young boys, because listen, there's a lot of white folks beating cases, not because they fucking in fear of their life, but because they know the law. And you can't teach this to black folks because they think you're a coon when you tell them that Carmelo Anthony going to jail because he didn't do it right. Now, guess how you do it, people? With self-defense, you got to have yourself on camera retreating or backing up. For example, right? If I got a gun on me and you got a knife, I'm not going to beat that case just because you got a lethal weapon. I still got to prove I'm in fear of my life. I'm not going to get a self-defense case because he put the knife on me. I got to prove I was in fear of my life. And guess what that's going to show? You're going to see Sanchez back and back. So the person that got the knife, I'm not going to just pull my gun, walk up to them and blow their brains out. If you see the camera footage, guess what you're going to see Sanchez doing? Backing back away from the person. And if they keep coming toward me with the knife, I'm going to blow their damn brains out. And I'm going to beat that case because when they play the video footage, guess what they going to see? Sanchez retreating and I was back in a corner. When they say, well, if you was scared, why was you going toward the person? You ain't going to get that with me because I know the law. I know how to kill your dumb ass and get away with it. Carmelo Anthony don't. And somebody should be teaching you niggas that.
And we shouldn't be even worrying about color. We should be worrying about finding out what happened. We don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't going to even hear what happened.
Man, it don't matter what happened. If Carmelo Anthony wasn't retreating when he used lethal force, he's going to jail.
Right. Yo, you're right about that. I'm just saying we don't know. You know, I don't know if he was retreating or not. I don't. Right, so I can't really, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
so
let me tell you how I know, though. I'm saying, right, you don't know, but I'm saying I know. A person that's retreating don't say touch me and see what happened, because if I'm bagging away from your ass, you can't touch me. I ain't in touch distance because I'm scared of you.
Mm-hmm. That's the testimony of witnesses? Or was this
Man, this was what... Listen, bro, listen, I'm done. You can talk about what you want. I'm just telling you the facts. The man said, touch me, see what happened. Now, when you say that, it's going to be hard to prove that you scared and was retreating.
Right.
See, the thing about these racist white folks that be unaliving niggas and they beat the case, you can see that the police is a good actor. The police will say, drop the gun, pow, 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 pow. They're acting scared. They ain't saying, fuck you, nigga, touch me and see what happened, pow. The fucking police is acting, he's putting on a show, even though they know their life ain't in danger. Just like with Sonya Massey with that boiling water. They go to acting real scared, and you know they about to kill your ass when they do that. They don't act tough. They act like a coward before they kill your ass because they know the law and they gonna beat it every time.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to kill somebody that you think is a threat, you better act scared. You better not be talking tough with it. If the scareder you act, the better chances you got of beating that case. You can't act like Carmelo Anthony. I'm trying to teach you young niggas something.
fact. And he ran. He ran thereafter. So
he fled the scene?
Well, it don't matter. The man dead now. Like, what the hell you scared of now? He's dead. You should have ran before you stabbed him if you were scared. You don't run after you neutralize the threat. That's backwards as hell.
Fact.
If you stood there with your chest out and neutralized the threat, it's going to be hard to prove you were scared, man. Don't nobody stand up to a grizzly bear. If they scared, they run away. And if the grizzly bear get them in a corner and they shoot it, then okay. They didn't want to kill it. And you're going to get self-defense. Because self-defense means I didn't want to kill you, but you made me. You scared me that much. You backed me in a corner. That's the way the law worked, y'all. I was a fucking law enforcement officer. I'm telling you, Carmelo going down. He didn't do it right.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the big picture of what happened, or why all these people are throwing all this money at this, when really this was somebody acting out in anger rather than self-defense.
And some people will say Zimmerman didn't retreat. Now, Sanchez didn't never tell you that racism ain't real. So if you asking me, do white supremacists beat they murders even when they should go to jail? Oh yeah, that happens all the time. Hell yeah. Hey, not only white privilege, but black privilege too. If you are a rich black rapper and you kill your ops, if your money big enough, you can beat the case. Like everybody know OJ killed that white lady, but his money was big. He had Johnny Cochran. So if you asking me, can people get off if they connected, then yeah, I ain't arguing with that. I'm talking about you though. Your son ain't Zimmerman. So why would you set your son up for failure? When you say, but Zimmerman when retreating, guess what I'm going to tell my son? I'm going to say, son, Zimmerman didn't retreat because he's a white supremacist and they look out for their own. But son, you got to retreat when you doing self-defense. Now, am I wrong or right for that?
No, you ain't wrong, because I know you. If you was in law enforcement, you heard this phrase before, right? I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. That's the attitude they have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had to put Uma Rosa in timeout. They talking too much and don't know nothing. Sanchez, you was 12? Yeah, in the Air Force, I was a base police. I wasn't a city cop. But the fact that you didn't know that, I put you on timeout for 24 hours. You don't know enough about me to even be typing and getting my attention like that.
That's right.
Sit your ass back because you ignorant. You don't know nothing. Watch the show, and then you can do all that typing when you know enough. But the fact that everyone already knew my background for a decade besides you, and you are the one typing in all caps in the chat room, you're attention-seeking motherfucker who ain't done enough research. Shut your mouth now. You're on timeout. That's how we gonna shut your mouth on up. Doing too much talking and get my attention to be that ignorant.
It would have violated his rights, because if it's a public event, it's not a private event. You don't pay for it. You can't kick people out of a public event. But what I will say is that keep being evil and keep putting that energy out there. And I think that it's not going to bode well for Carmelo Anthony, because the public is beginning to be more turned off more and more of this guy talk. And where's his GoFundMe at this point? Do we have his GoFundMe? Let's go to the, yeah, it's about how much?
When I bring up the fact that I was a law enforcement officer, it's no different than a person saying I was a scientist, I was a lawyer, I was a doctor. I'm bringing up my profession so that you can realize I have the credentials to be speaking on the law.
That's right.
Much? 520, almost. They raised it to 600,000. Why do y'all need $600,000? I'm just wondering. The kid ain't dead. Y'all.
Let's go to the next video. We get the point from that one. Now the next topic is now before we move on to the next topic, which is all of these tie together, which is division in the country. We're gonna say, is there anyone in the chat room that want to speak to the Carmelo Anthony situation, my poll has 61% of the people said yes, Austin Metcalf father is a good example for America. So I'm happy with that poll. If you're a person that think that the poll is tripping and Austin Metcalf father ain't a good example for America, click the link, because what I'll say is this. A lot of black people, like America is the only country in the world where we got the right to say what we want and not be under a guillotine. Black people can't even come among another black man who they disagree with and sit down and let's talk as a community about this shit, right? But these are the same people that want me to believe they got Carmelo Anthony back, when they don't even have the nuts to speak their mind to a person they disagree with. They rather type it in the chat room than let their voice be heard. So I'm gonna say this. I believe that Austin Metcalf father is more relevant than Dr. Martin Luther King will ever be. And I hope that pissed some niggas off so y'all can click the link. Damn, man, come on. But I'm serious though. Let's quit talking about Martin Luther King when we bring up images of unity in this country. Because if Martin Luther King would have lost his black boy to some white boy stabbing him in the heart, Martin Luther King wouldn't have been talking all that unity integration shit. So salutes to Austin Metcalf father, because I think he got better character than Martin Luther King. And when it come to black people, when we bring up the image of unity and mercy and love everybody and we shall all come together, we think Martin Luther King. And I'm telling you, I don't think MLK anymore. I think Jeff Metcalf. You know ain't no bigger coon than me. Because when it comes to this cooning shit, my cooning is real. My cooning is backed by facts, nigga. Come on now. You can't just say, well, Sanchez cooning. Sanchez cooning with facts. Get it right now. My cooning is justified. Everyone should coon this way. Because think about it, right? Jeff Metcalf is a coon to racist white people. Racist white people are telling Jeff Metcalf, you're a damn coon for trying to be lovey-dovey to them black people, even though that young nigga stabbed your boy in the damn heart. That's what they telling Austin Metcalf father. And Austin Metcalf father is a damn coon. White people calling him a coon. Just like black people calling me one. All this unity shit. That's all being coon is. It's a person that's saying, let's just all come together. Quit falling for the hatred and division. Let's talk about the N-word. Now, I disagree with a lot of people on this one. Let's play this.
Did you call the child? It is my own business. You call him?
But what I do see, and that most people ain't gonna tell you, is that white folks are sick of black people.
Hey, Panama Jack, you still a coward. Hey, Panama Jack, type it in the chat room in all caps like a little old hoe. Man, I might, you know what? I'm finna put this nigga on timeout to make him click the link with his coward ass. Look here, let's give you 30 minutes. We gonna delete everything you wrote, man. Yeah, delete all that shit. Panama Jack.
Come talk about it.
Yeah, come talk about it. I'm gonna force your ass up here, cause you getting my attention too much, man. You getting my attention. Man, you getting my attention more than the people donating. And I keep telling y'all, if you disagree, to hit the link. And I can't have a chat coward keep getting my attention. Now come up or shut up. Now we're going to keep the show going. You're done for the night. Now you can click the link and come up. If you're too scared to do that, then be quiet. Your voice won't be heard, sir. Bye-bye.
Black people have cried wolf so many times that now they just sick of it.
The Shiloh Hendrix situation ain't got nothing to do with black people crying wolf. I disagree with Tatum on this situation. Let's take it back.
You call him a child? Did you call the child? It is my own business. You call him?
But what I do see, and that most people ain't gonna tell you, is that white folks are sick of black people. Black people have cried wolf so many times that now they just sick of it.
A white woman calling a 3-year-old, 4-year-old black baby the N-word ain't got nothing to do with black people. That got something to do, first of all, with a grown-ass person stooping down to the level of a child. Like, before we even get into black versus white, let's talk about an adult versus a child. Children name call each other. And okay, I get it, they're children. But when the adult get to arguing with a child and the adult is the first one to name call, we ain't even gonna talk about the fact it's a racial slur. Let's talk about the immaturity of your grown ass exchanging name calling with a child that's 3 or 4 years old. See, Officer Tatum is a real coon. I'm not. I'm a fake coon. I coon for educational purposes, nigga. This man coon because that's really who he is. And when you coon the way he cooning, that's why I draw the line and I can call out stuff like this. That's a grown ass lady arguing with a baby and you still making it the blame on black people. This man act like white people shit don't stink. Even if that was a little white baby and she called that baby a name, I would have said, you a grown ass lady. What you doing arguing with a child? To the point where you're name calling with the child. That's some immature shit. At this point, it ain't even the child's fault. It's the fact that the adult stooping to the level of a child. See, but when you a coon, you miss all of that and you still justify this immature ass white woman.
Synergy is actually live. It's 5 years in the making. I'll just play it. No, but for real, if they want an energy drink, a great. And we use it straight. We had it like our racial slur, now seeking donation. Calls black child racial slur, now seeking donations. Pull Becky up here. Now, let's talk about the microcosm here. The reason that this woman, and you'll see after I play the video, the reason that this woman, let me start with this because people are going to get mad at me for starting there. I'm going to start here and I'm going to go back there. First of all, it is absolutely abhorrent for an adult to call a kid a name anyway. I don't care what name you call a kid. You so silly that you're going to call a kid a name. A little bitty kid, 8-year-old, 10-year-old maybe, and you grown calling a kid a name. I don't care what name you call him. You so upset you call a kid a derogatory name. You silly. You can't be serious. You can't be serious. Now, with that being said.
Now, look, he had to tell the obvious truth that she childish. But watch now how he shift the blame back to black people. Ain't no way you can flip this to black people. It should stay on her for being that childish. You don't argue with a child, period. You can't shift the blame to the child. Why? Because it's just a child. The adult should know better. That's right. But when your cooning is at this level, watch what happened.
And I do not support her calling this kid any name, especially not the name that you're going to find out that she called him.
Watch this.
A little black kid. You know where this is going. But I do see, and I would never support this GoFundMe either. It's silly. But what I do see, and that most people ain't going to tell you.
Come on with the bullshit.
Is that white folks are sick of black people.
For what?
Black.
You know, it's crazy because white folks sick of black people sick of white people, and it's the system and social engineers got us hating each other, divided and conquered. It ain't that these are these people's true emotions. Now, when Tatum say White people are sick of black people. He get them a out for it. But when black people get sick of white folks, he say it's evil. Think about it now. Black people are so sick of white folks that they are celebrating the death of Austin Metcalf. That's how sick of white folks black people is. And guess what? Officer Tatum, he don't go with that. He don't go with that. He think that's wrong of black people. But white people are so sick of black people that they can call 8-year-olds niggas and it's justified somehow. So listen, black people are sick of whites. Whites are sick of blacks. But that don't justify either group to go with any kind of racial act. It don't justify what Carmelo did, and it don't justify what Shiloh doing. If I'm gonna condemn black people, then I got to condemn the white people for doing racial shit too. He's acting like he's condemning this woman, but he's gonna justify her racial slur, but he ain't gonna justify a black person calling that little white baby a cracker. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't say, you know what? Black people are tired of white people. He ain't gonna give you that same out. You don't think black people are tired of white people? But we don't go around calling little white babies crackers, man. So you're starting off wrong already. It's okay to be tired of black people, not to mention that you've been socially engineered to feel that way. It ain't even your true emotions, and that's for both sides, black people and white people. Because Sanchez ain't tired of white people. I'm tired of dumb, ignorant motherfuckers that can't think for themselves, who are letting the system pull their strings, who are being a damn puppet. I'm tired of niggas like Tatum. I'm tired of people like y'all, man, with your MAGA hats on, falling for the division, taking sides. And I don't care what color you are. I'm tired of you for being a sheeple, falling for the propaganda. That's what America need to be tired of. But they got you tired of white people when you ain't tired of the people in power that spraying you with chemicals and putting poison in your water. How you ain't tired of eating genetically modified food, but you tired of the white person that's eating genetically modified food? The people that's tired of each other should be tired of the motherfuckers in power that's killing all of us. And you may say, well, black folks tired of white folks. That don't mean that black folks should go around calling white babies crackers. That's what I don't like about the Anthony Bryan Logans, the Officer Tatums. They're just so far to the right, they can't be fair.
Black people have cried wolf so many times that now
that 8-year-old black baby ain't never cried wolf. What that 8-year-old black baby got to do with black people crying wolf? You telling me that that little bitty baby deserve to be called an N-word because of the black people cried wolf? Okay, well, let me call every white baby a cracker, because white people as a collective can be blamed for World Crusade. To this day, I'm a black man. Listen, as a black man, I would say to white people, you're not responsible for what your ancestors did. You don't owe me because of what your ancestors did. Now, why can't Tatum feel that way about black people? If black people are pieces of shit, that 8-year-old baby ain't even old enough to be a piece of shit yet. Why they got to be called an N-word?
And I also want to just say that I think as a people, we should have the word, nigga desensitized, basically. So I'm not going to get upset if I heard someone call me a nigga. I ain't going to go, come on now. I mean, rap music should help with desensitizing that word.
Well, that's the argument he's going to make too. I don't agree with that either. Because
I agree with you.
I'm gonna tell you
I agree
why.
with you.
Let me
Oh,
tell
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me tell you why I don't agree with it. Right? Women call each other bitches every day. My woman say, bitch, this. Oh, for real, bitch? Oh, bitch, you ain't go to. Bitch, that shit was good as hell. Women call each other bitches all the time. But if I'm mad at Demi right now and I say, shut up, bitch, Demi know I'm wrong for that. I'm not going to be like, well, hey, man, women should be desensitized to the word bitch because they call each other bitch all the time. Black people call each other nigga all the time, but we're not desensitized to an angry, racist white man calling it to us. The same way women call each other bitches every day as a term of endearment, they desensitized to it if another woman call it to them. But if an angry man call a woman a bitch, they ain't desensitized to that.
Well, that's something new. Calling each other bitches is something new.
Listen, let me explain something to you, sister. It's something new for black people calling each other nigga. Because during Jim Crow time, another black person would never walk outside and say, what up, my nigga? This term of endearment with the N-word is something new too, just like bitch.
Overstand.
So we gotta look at it with logic like that. We can't give everyone the green light to just say nigga at any time. Because the energy is different. If right now, even if a man try to act like a woman and be like, shut up, bitch, you crazy, the woman gonna still get offended because you're not one of them. So why are you saying bitch to a woman? See, if a woman say to another woman, bitch, you so crazy, you crazy, and she laughing with it, that's okay, I get it. But if a man doing the exact same thing, he can even be like, well, I was laughing, Sanchez, so you ain't a woman. Can they have something that's theirs, bro? If you ain't a gay man, why the fuck are you saying bitch with the women like it's a term of endearment? And if you ain't a white boy who was born in the hood, why are you saying nigga with the niggas like it's a term of endearment when you a white boy who grew up in a racist town? It's different when you do it. Just like if I'm a dude that got a problem toward women and I keep calling them bitches, women ain't gonna give me a pass for that just cause they call each other bitches. They gonna say, but when Sanchez call you a bitch, he mean it different cause he hate women. So when some white people call you niggas, it's cause they hate you, not that it's a term of endearment. Black people use the N-word as a term of endearment. She wasn't embracing that 8-year-old black child. She was trying to chastise that black child. And if the black child is being a thief and reaching for your pocketbook, you don't call it a nigga, you call it a thief. You see, if that black baby was reaching for Shiloh's purse and Shiloh would have said, stop, you thief, I wouldn't have been mad, but you call him a nigga though.
So should we train children in a way of how to handle the nigger word, basically? I mean,
say that again, I'm sorry.
Should we raise our kids to handle the nigger word or to teach them about the nigger word now these days?
Yeah.
No, we should raise, I got you, she asking me. We should raise our children not to be racist toward other people of different skin tones. Then we won't have to raise our children to have thick skin to be able to take it when a white person that's racist call me a nigga, because then the white people will be doing their job and they'll be raising their babies not to call black people niggas. Then I won't have to raise my black baby to say, son, there gonna be a lot of racist white folks call you nigga, just have thick skin. I'm gonna do that with my son. But I'm hoping that my son don't even have to have thick skin. See, listen, I can raise my boy with thick skin, but I don't want him to use that thick skin. I'm hoping he's never in a situation where some white racists even do him like that. And that would take white people doing their job. And I'm hoping that my black boy never called a white boy a cracker so that the white boy will have to have thick skin. I hope we all just be preventative and teach humans to treat each other right from the jump. That way I don't got to have thick skin when I'm being picked on, because we're breeding children that don't pick on people.
And one thing we have to teach our kids is not to be reactionary to that, because all these names and slurs are names that are given. We have never self-identified. That's the problem with the N-word. Since we have never been able to self-identify, we only use the identification that we've been given. You know, so you either gonna be what they say you are, or you're gonna be what they changed you to. Because, you know, we started off as free colors, you know, we started off, we went from mulatto to Negro to Black to African American. How come our names, our ID has changed so much, but none of these IDs are of our choosing? There's a reason for that. So, and these terms are meant, you know, when they're saying it, they're triggering. They're going to try to make you do something stupid in reaction to what they say. So I call it the nigga button. That's what I call it. I don't have a nigga button in me because my father told me I'm Native American. So I'm like, oh, so I don't have to identify as that. So if they talking and they call me a name, I'm not going to react to it as if it points me out, because that's not me. That's not who my father said I am. I am who my father said I am. My parents said I am. I ain't who they want me to be. That's the difference that I teach my kids.
I mean, I understand.
So that you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, you know, if you
Sometime I can hear y'all, but I can't respond because I got the speakers set up all throughout my house, but my mic is just at the desk. So that way, if I leave away from the mic, I can still monitor the conversation, but I might can't always talk. But yeah, I'll be hearing y'all though. But yeah, go ahead.
okay, yeah. So you hear what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you start identifying with the identification they gave you, and then you have to accept the racial slur that they gave you because they gave you the race. They're gonna say, okay, you can't be nothing but black. You can't have no nationality behind that. You can't have American Indian behind that. You can't have, you
You
know, like
know,
you got
hey, listen, hey, Marlon,
English,
after you land,
Irish.
after you land your plane with this, I want to segue back to the Shiloh Hendrix and why Austin Metcalf, that is a hero, and keep pissing these Negroes off with the truth. You got it, though. I got to
Can
do
you
it, Marlon.
no, I was saying you broke up. You cut off. Could you repeat that?
I was saying, after you get through giving them that game about black people self-identifying, that's another stream. I was saying this stream, the truth hurt, right? And I'm here to hurt people with the truth. I'm here to tell black people we're acting like the barbarians, and the Metcalf family are acting like the angels and the saints. I want to rub that in on them tonight so they can self-reflect. I also want to say the N-word shouldn't be used in anger. Because when people say, well, black people use the N-word, so why can't everybody else use it? I just gave you a good analogy with the word bitch and how women use it.
Right, because it's all about the application and that part. Yeah, and I was not trying to go against the narrative that we had going tonight. No,
I know it.
I was
We was just kind of skipping around. But yeah, if you could finish your spiel, but I was just saying, come back to that too when you done. But you got it.
Oh yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree that people get to choosing sides without even getting all the facts, though. And a lot of people will overlook the wrong because they want to see the wrongs against them and portray that. So that's how we get.
You know what I'm gonna tell
sidetracked.
y'all something that's gonna rip. Cause tonight I'm all about Friday Fire was about controversy, which is why people like Sanchez, you've been around Tommy too long. Let me tell you something about Tommy, right? Tommy's a coon. Jesse Lee Peters a coon. Myron a coon. And I love coons. You know why? Because if it wasn't for them, black people would be out of control, nigga. It gotta be somebody that's your own skin color that's telling you the same shit that you don't want to hear. Because what happens is, right, when white folks criticize blacks, we don't listen to that shit. Even me. Even if a white person telling the truth is like, yeah, but I'm questioning your motive, man. You white. Y'all got problems too. But when a black person say the same thing, it hit different. You see, it do make you self-reflect when you get a bunch of black folks saying, hey, man, we do kill each other too much. You can't say to that black man, but you white people kill each other the same way. You got to just say, you a coon. You got a name call now.
Yeah, you got to deflect. You got to turn attention away from the faults of your peeps. But we don't move together like that, like other people's do. Like you got a Chinatown. You got here in Cali we got a lot of taco shops. And I've been here since '70. I've been back here since '76. I ain't never seen a brother working in a taco shop. Ever seen a brother work in a taco shop. So what I'm saying is, it's like, a lot of the stuff that we come short in, it's us. So we got to take that responsibility too. We got to correct that first. We got to, basically get our own shit together first.
That's fact.
Foremost, and then you start to criticize how other people treat us.
We don't have no leverage to be saying, because you right, because even when the coon criticize us, when the white supremacists criticize us, what we can't do is say, you lying on me.
Right.
And that's because we won't change our behavior. Yeah.
I only got one close example for you of what I'm hoping we the rest of us do. And that's the NIA. Or NOI, what do you call it? Nation of Islam. I'm trying to get an acronym, but the Nation of Islam is the closest thing we got. But that ain't for everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's, or should I say that ain't everybody's cup of tea as far as we go. But I'm saying, like, where is our, town? Okay, because there's Chinatown. You know what I'm saying, though? You know what I'm trying to say?
Let me tell you something real quick, right? A lot of Asian people live in Asian communities, but their pride ain't really in the community where their residential area is. Their pride is in Chinatown, Koreatown. Check this out. Because their pride is in Chinatown, Koreatown, they can be anywhere in the world. In other words, they ain't attached to no particular residential area like how black people are. We be claiming projects, street corners. This my hood over here. But see, those people claim Chinatown, Koreatown. Hold on. And they can move anywhere they want to. They ain't attached to no residential area. But what they attached to is Koreatown, Chinatown. For example, the black people that built Black Wall Street, they was more attached to Black Wall Street than the very community that they lived in, because this economic lifeline could rebuild any community anywhere. I can build a community. You feel me? Like, what you feel me?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say though. You right on track with what I'm trying to say. Is that they have these economic communities. You know what I mean? Just like
that's a good
the
term.
Jays have economic communities. We don't have economic communities where we can interact and get things done and process things and where's a black grocery store in your neighborhood? Just tell me one. Is there? You know what I'm saying?
Who is YB, little man? I listen to, when you talk about pimps, I Sin for the P was the one that I thought gave a lot of good advice. Not just on no pimping. The reason I say Sin for the P and Freeze and Andre Gorgeous, all them niggas like that, them was real pimps, and they ain't gonna lead a nigga straight. Just like if a nigga is a fake gangster, he'll have that young boy crash out. But a real gangster be like, bro, you don't want to do that shit. You ain't really missing that. And I was in them streets. I see this. The fake motherfuckers are the dangerous ones. But the real pimp will tell you, look here, man. If you want to do this how you do it. But this is my thing about the brother in the chat room that since you bring this shit up right here, right? This goes into, matter of fact, you about to get me talking about pimps and shit, nigga. I need to be talking about Shiloh Hendrix. Wait a minute.
Did you switch shadows on me?
Yeah, bro, you see how easy it is to get off track. Man, look here. Let's get back to the topics, man. I just realized, damn, I'm way off. Look, but the whole thing is, it's a big debate on if white people can say the N-word or not. And my thing is, yeah, you can say, if you white, you can say the N-word. You just can't say it when you're angry at a black person.
Exactly. I mean, because I got white friends that grew up in the hood with us, and they was just like us. And it was just the way we talked all day long. Right. They don't talk, they talking with us. And I've known people. And I got one of my best friends is white.
And let me show you something what's crazy about.
That's not the thing. It's how you, you said, it's how you say it.
Because look, the white boys say nigga a lot as a term of endearment. But that same white boy that we let say nigga, if he's about to get into a fight with a black guy, he won't even say nigga when he mad. One thing about the white boy that grew up in the hood, he will only say nigga when he happy. When he's about to get into it with a black guy, he don't be like, I'm gonna fuck you up, nigger. He don't do that. So my thing is this right here. Black people
But he say it like us when he say it, though. When he talking like us.
It ain't an ER, right? But my whole thing is this, though. The ERAH shit don't matter, because I'm going to tell you something right now. When black people use nigga as a word of love and endearment, what up, my nigga? It sound AH. But guess what? Even black people shouldn't use the word nigga when they mad at each other. Because when we use the word nigga when we mad at each other, it's a different kind of nigga, just like with the white boy. If I'm beefing with Marlon and just say me and Marlon cool, and I'm be like, yeah, that's my nigga. What up, my nigga? And when he talking, I'll be like, nigga, you crazy as hell. But what if me and Marlon about to get to fighting? And I go up to him and be like, I'm talking to you, nigga. Fuck you gonna do, nigga? That ain't me using the word nigga in the term of endearment. That's me calling him nigga like a bitch, like punk ass nigga. Like, we know even as black people that we can use the word nigga in what I'm saying. Let me land my plane. I'm landing my plane with this. Even as black people, we know how to use the word nigga in a way to make your ass mad.
Facts. But we already mad while we saying it. Like, like the Hulk said, like Banner said in that movie, like, I'm always angry and turn green. Well, what I'm saying is that that's just a natural flow with us, that you could be saying it in anger, but we ain't hearing it any different between us. But if it's somebody else, it ain't you, it ain't another brother coming at me. You know what I'm saying? Then he's saying it and he's talking to all of us, as it's coming to you. And that's why your rage come from that. Because he's talking to the diaspora. When somebody outside your race is doing it, he's talking to the diaspora.
That's what
So
I'm
it's like,
saying. Like
oh,
America,
yeah, it's a different
America
feel.
crazy, man. But America play dumb because everybody keeps saying, well, if black people use the word nigga, why can't everybody use it? Well, check this out, right? Don't you know rednecks call each other rednecks? Y'all didn't know that?
Yeah,
Rednecks call each other rednecks as a term of endearment. But guess what? You can't call a redneck because I ain't gonna lie, you would be racist as hell.
because it comes off as an insult. It never comes off as love.
Right.
It comes off as hate. So yeah, we know these subtle differences, but they want to say that because it's like an insight. It makes them feel good to be able to say it to you because that's what they always wanted to do. But they want to pretend like they good, like it's good intentions. But no, it's your free. Who was that brother? There was a brother on a show, and they were like on a broadcast, and I forgot the brother's name, but he was bald head dude, and the white guy was complaining, making the same argument you're making.
Yeah,
And he
like
said, "Go ahead, say it." He
we
said, "Go
playing
ahead,
we
say it."
playing dumb with it. Like for real, bro. Like for
Yeah.
example, right? Like for example, right? Even gang members call each other gangsters and criminals. But if an educated dude walked up to that gang member and said, man, you a gangster, you're a criminal, the gangster would be offended. Now, gang members and criminals call each other gangsters and criminals all day as terms of endearment. But if a smart ass Carlton Banks, uppity ass, good boy ass nigga walk up to that gang member and say, what up, criminal? What up, gangster? That nigga probably say, nigga, what you mean I'm a gangster? I'm intelligent too. Like, what you trying to say? You feel me?
I do. But behind that comment, he knows that means like I'd rather see you locked up than sit here and talk to you. You gangster
The
criminal.
whole
When you start saying that, it's a
but
whole
Marlon,
different.
the whole point is you can't use this term as endearment if you're not one of us. It's simple.
I get you. I agree. I
It's
totally
simple.
agree with that.
It's so simple.
Yep.
And I get it.
But
I
we was
totally get
on.
it. Yeah.
But we was on a woman talking to a child and using that same type and wasn't and double down on it.
Right. And what makes it so fucked up is you're not first of all, you're not a child. Second of all, you're not a black person. So what did it go back to the rule that I just said? You can't use the word if you ain't one of us. That's two things working against you. You ain't even a child and you ain't even black. If you was a child calling another child a nigga, we can kind of give you a pass for that. Or if you was a grown ass black lady calling a little bitty black boy a nigga, we can give you a pass for that. But the fact you ain't neither one, you a grown person, not a child, and you white and not black, using the word, come on, man.
But you got to get what he's saying. He's saying, I hate you and I hate your parents too. That's what she's saying. I hate your people too. And y'all all alike. So all she's doing is showing you how much hate she got in her heart. You see what I'm saying? So it ain't about a human thing. It's
because
like,
if this was a grown black woman saying, nigga, don't reach in my purse, we would just say, oh, that's just a ratchet black chick telling that little nigga, stay out of purse.
Yeah. So that means
so she had her little file in her arms while she's doing this as well. So
they She had the same thing happen when she was a baby. She had the same thing put in her ear as she grew up. So that's just what's coming out, what's already been there, what was instilled.
And see, if
Okay.
the little white girl would have told the little black boy, nigga, don't reach in my mama purse, then guess what? We would have gave a little white girl a pass and still looked at the parents like y'all some racist pieces of shit. That's why I'm telling you, the word is racist no matter how you look at it when a white person is using it in anger. But when a black person is using the N-word in anger, you can't call it racist. They get a pass because they black, but we still can call it derogatory. That put it this way, right? You got two women. They calling each other bitch as a term of endearment. You know, because they homies and shit. Bitch, you gonna call me tonight? Yeah, bitch, what you eating? What you doing today? Now, them same two black women fall out with each other. And now they calling each other bitch. Bitch, don't call my phone. Fuck you too, bitch. That same word is now a derogatory word in this context.
Whole different meaning. That's a whole different meaning from that, because it's expressing anger. It is meant to provoke when it goes to there. When it goes there, it's escalation. It's meant to. It's anger, and so now that you're angry, you want to make the person that you are projecting this on angry. You want to get them out of their character, out of their sorts. You are escalating it. That's the only difference in that, with a white person doing it. They're from jump, it's gonna escalate. On sight. You know what I mean? That phrase on sight. As soon as they say it, it escalates the conflict immediately. So I get everything you're saying right there with that, because you feel like, okay, it's on, and it's going to escalate from there. But this idea of these two guys that got in this fight, it was just two guys that didn't like each other. I don't think it was about what colors they were. It was two guys that didn't like each other. It was a testosterone thing. I don't think it started off as a color thing. It started off as a testosterone thing. And this dude, like you said, had that gangster mentality. Because he's like, okay, in my hood, this is how we deal with that. But it's so he made a dumb decision right off jump. He made a dumb decision.
But they trying to make Carmelo to be some saint, Marlon, and I got to call a spade a spade. Carmelo a gangster, nigga. That's a thug. So it's Austin.
He made it. Exactly. He made a thug move. And this is testosterone going back and forth. And so when this popped off, now everybody else is coming in and bringing all of this, black-white thing. But this was just a crime committed in a heat of passion.
Yeah, man. Hey, Demi,
that's
whenever you want
it feels to me.
Well, I didn't want to, I had two things to say, but he was talking about Camellia. I mean, personally, I thought he was a hitman because, to stab someone in the heart, that's just not a coincidence as far as I'm concerned, because the same incident happened in the area where I lived at. It was a black boy who shot a white boy in the face. And you know what it turned out? It turned out it was over drugs. He was a hitman to kill the white boy. So it's not even like as we said, it couldn't be, like as Marlon was explaining. But I also wanted to say about the the word nigger. Okay, since the black boy experienced that, how should we handle the black boy as far as him experience a white person calling him a nigger?
Because this is a good question. And let me give a shout out to Red Wine Entertainment for becoming a member for Sheezy. Because Red Wine Entertainment is always supporting this. Oh, Red Wine been a member. Because I'm looking at your badge, your rank badge. And okay, it's just seen you must have got promoted. Hey, shout out to John, man. Thank you for the $5 super chat, bro. Flat motherfucking power, much respect. Shout out to Peach Rose for helping us reach this goal. We halfway there. We 5 out of 10. We just needed 10 people to donate $20 to be a sponsor of tonight's show to help us cover the time that was spent. Either way, I enjoy my time with y'all. And, you know, I just want to make it worthwhile the way I can keep doing this because, you know, I'm passionate about it. But let me get back on this topic. Peach Rose said also stand up for ourselves at the smallest injustice. Shout out to Peach Rose. Let me say this real quick. The question that was asked by Demi is very powerful. Ask it again. Let's go for it now.
Yeah, since the I don't know if it was a boy or girl who experienced being called a nigger, how should we handle that from you know this you know as far as parents of that child, since he was called a nigger by an opposite race?
Yeah. So what happens is this, right? This gonna sound crazy, but it's nothing you can do to the child. But like we were saying earlier, what we're doing, we gotta teach thick skin. You don't really teach thick skin. What you teach a child is to chill out, even though your emotions are flaring. You may want to punch them in the mouth. But son, relax. We teach our children how to respond when they're at their most extreme emotional states. So when we tell our children, if a motherfucker hit you, hit them back, what we're really telling them, when you reach the epitome of anger, get physical. That's how they translate that. Versus, son, when you reach the epitome of anger, take a deep breath, boom, boom, boom. Now listen, that child that was called a nigger, right? They parent gonna have to teach them a lesson about retaliation, because the knowledge that child is gonna learn right now at 8 years old, when somebody call me a derogatory name, what do I do? Now let me tell you something about this 8-year-old child. That 8-year-old child that was called a nigger showed more maturity and wisdom than the white woman who getting all the money from GoFundMe. And it show you that America is damn cooked, because people should be donating to the black 8-year-old child that was called a nigger and didn't say nothing back. The same way I feel about Austin Metcalf daddy losing his boy and not falling into the race card, I feel about this 8-year-old black baby that was called a nigger and didn't say nothing back. See, we need to teach that 8-year-old, and somebody who that 8-year-old parents need to take that boy to Chuck E. Cheese. They need to buy him some Jordans, whatever he want, PlayStation game. If that was my black son or daughter, I would say, you know what, boy? That woman called you a nigger. Why didn't you get mad? And my boy would be like, I just don't care. That'll go viral on TikTok. It'll make Shiloh Hendrix look like an ignorant, immature, white cave beast. And you got this little 8-year-old going viral saying, it didn't hurt my feelings and I still don't hate white people. Just like Austin Metcalf daddy, you lost your boy to a young black thug and you still love black people. You still teaching unity, even though everybody wants you to take the race bait. That damn child has got the wisdom of Austin Metcalf daddy, which shows you, just like we said, you can't judge a person by the color of their skin. You can't judge a person by the size of their body, because we got some fully grown adults that's dumb as hell, and we got some little bitty humans that's mature and wise, just like that 8-year-old. Listen, I know some 8-year-olds from my hood. If a white person call them a nigga, they gonna say, fuck you, bitch. Them little niggas gonna cuss you out. But the fact that this little black child didn't say nothing back, it ain't nothing nobody can tell me. If they say, man, but that the black child was trying to steal, because the narrative is that the black baby reached for the purse of Shiloh. But I'm telling you, if that was the kind of black ghetto child that's trying to steal, they wouldn't have let you call them a nigger and not say nothing back. I know them little ghetto. Yeah, I know them type.
I'm gonna step out of the. I'm gonna step out of the echo chamber for a second on you, Sanchez,
Okay.
for just a second. Because the way I see it, she's talking to a child too young to really know the significance of the word nigga, as far as racially,
Okay.
as
Okay.
far as the history of the word. So to me, she knows she on camera. She know this guy is recording her. She's talking to us. She's talking to the adults in the room. She's talking to the parent.
Okay.
She's saying, look, I hate you. She's talking to the child, but really she's talking to the parent.
Mm-hmm.
Because she know the child is not affected as we would be by that. And we looking at a child, we really rage. Because that's what they use the word for, to enrage.
Well,
You
see.
see, that's why I call it, let me land my plane.
Go ahead.
I'm almost there.
You got it.
That's why I call it the nigga button. Because they press that button, 9 times out of 10, no, 9.9 times out of 10, we react to that word immediately. She was talking at the child, but to the parent, to the people watching. That's who she was talking
And I agree with you. And let me say, I can see that as well, but I also want to say, when I was coming up 8, 9, 10 in Alabama, you knew as a child what the N-word meant just from the very nature of our atmosphere in Alabama at that time. So I will say today, you right, a young black child probably don't even get exposed to the kind of racism. What's happening today is media racism. If a child ain't watching the news, they don't hate white children like that. You feel me? These children on TikTok, they playing video games and Minecraft. And in order to get a little black child to hate a little white child, you got to get them interested in the kind of propaganda that us old as adults are into. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, train them up. That's what I'm saying. And that's what we got to break the cycle and let the child know that it's a button that they pushing to make you make a mistake in life that could cost you the rest of your life. That's what we need to teach the children. Is that
and we
anytime
them too.
they are faced with that situation, they need to be like, you're in a chess game. Okay. So they played, they made they move, and there's 3 choices for you. Okay. And your choices have consequences. That's what we teach our children so that they reason their way through this. Hey, how do I get through this without putting a fork in the road that I don't want to go down? You see what I'm saying? When somebody's doing
about
this
Carmelo.
to you, they want you to go the wrong way when they do this to you. But I don't know if that dude called him any names or not, or did anything.
Can I segue?
I don't know, but
okay.
I'm saying that
can I piggyback on your point right now and ask you something? I'm gonna segue back to Carmelo because look, all the black people was jumping down my throat saying, Sanchez, people need to keep their hands to themselves. It was self-defense. I was trying to teach black people the law. I was saying, look, the law don't work that way. You got to match force with force. But guess what I found out? Black people was telling me, nigga, we know the fucking law, but the law bends and yields to white people, so it should bend and yields to Carmelo now. See, black people was telling Sanchez, hold up. This the deep part, Marlon. Black people was comparing Carmelo to Zimmerman. And me as a black man, I'm saying, look, Zimmerman is a racist who hate black people, and he found his way out in a system that hate black people. You can't give Carmelo Anthony the Zimmerman example because you're admitting, okay, Carmelo is a black boy that hate white people. He killed out a hate, like we all know Zimmerman is a hate. He don't like black people, he a racist. He beat the case just like O.J. Simpson beat his case. Just like these rappers be beating their cases because they got enough money. We know that. But what we're telling the people who support Carmelo Anthony, you can't compare him to Zimmerman. You gonna get his head chopped off. That's like trying to compare a broke black man to O.J. Simpson. If a broke black man kill a white woman, he going to jail. But see, O.J. Simpson got money. He got fame. He didn't go to jail. Everybody ain't a O.J. Simpson. And what I'm saying is Carmelo ain't a O.J. Simpson. He's a regular young black boy. They ain't finna get him the O.J. treatment, the Zimmerman treatment, none of that. And y'all set him up for failure trying to compare his shit to Zimmerman. Because every black person know Zimmerman's supposed to be locked up. If you black and you supposed to be locked up, your ass gonna get locked up if you ain't got no money. Now, Carmelo have raised a lot of money, but the dude they got represent him and the family is like, why the hell would you raise almost $1 million and you ain't got a motherfucker that's like Johnny Cochran talking for you? You got some bum with a criminal record and a race baiter talking to you, and that's gonna get Carmelo Anthony locked the hell up. You need to be getting if it don't fit a quit type nigga. See, because check it out. OJ getting off may have been a W for black people, but Johnny Cochran didn't use the race card to get OJ off. He used logic. If it don't fit or quit, he didn't go with the race card. If Carmelo got a chance of getting off, black folks better drop that race card. That's facts, bro.
I agree with you wholeheartedly on that, because it's the situation, the way, the little information that we do have don't look good for him. And I don't know, they need to take that large sum of money and hire a real lawyer, and get out of the media with this. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not helping. It's making it worse. I mean, just doing this, the media campaign, because letter of the law is against them. Because you pointed that out earlier in the stream.
People keep asking me a question, Marlon. They say, but what's the difference between Zimmerman and Anthony? Just like Panama Jack and all caps again. If Zimmerman beat the case, why can't Carmelo beat the case? Bro, why do black people act like we in charge? Like, we get stupid. Like, for example, right? Black people are let me cook here. Black people will say, we live in a white supremacist country, and it's harder for the black man than for the white man. We'll say shit like, as a black man, I gotta work 10 times harder. Then we'll ask dumb shit like, well, if it worked for the white man, why can't it work for me? So on one hand, we acknowledge that it ain't fair and that it ain't equal and that it ain't the same. But then on the other hand, when Carmelo in this situation, we get retarded overnight. We become autistic as fuck. Like, let me answer y'all question. Why ain't Carmelo gonna get the Zimmerman treatment? Because he's not a white supremacist, nigga. It's more white supremacists in the legal system than black nationalists. Duh! It's more, think about it. White men literally tell they racist people to join law enforcement. But black people who hate white folks will tell them, don't become a police, little nigga. Fuck them pigs. Don't you be a police. And you want to know why the white racist people can kill you and get away with it. It's more of them in the system, dude. Quit asking questions you niggas already know the answer to. Well, why can't Carmelo beat the case if Zimmerman did? You already know that answer. You bitch about it every day, that it ain't the same for the black man as it is for the white man. So why not teach your black boy to walk away? Listen, fuck your ego. As a black boy in America, if you know the system ain't equal, then you ain't got the luxury to be defending your damn ego. You can barely defend your life. If a black person's life is really at jeopardy from a white person and they defend themselves, they gonna have a hard time beating that case even though they justified. Imagine if I'm not justified, if I'm just defending my damn ego. You know I'm gone. That's why I know Carmelo gone. Because
And
niggas
you,
failed. Guess what? Black people failed him. Black people would tell a young black boy like Carmelo, man, if a white boy fuck with you, you do what you gotta do. If Zimmerman beat the case, you can beat the case. Guess what Sanchez gonna tell Carmelo? Listen, young black man, I love you. I don't want to see you in a messed up situation. They not gonna treat you like Zimmerman. So if a racist white boy messing with you, walk away. Especially if you in a racist town, walk away. Fuck your ego. See, that's cause I really love Carmelo. But these race baiters, they don't give a fuck about Carmelo. They fuck that he put his hands on you, kill him. If they let Zimmerman off, they'll let you off. I'm not gonna tell that to the young black boy. I'm gonna say, bro, they ain't gonna let you off, but they let Zimmerman off. So you can't do what he did. Be wise. Fuck your ego. Only act if it's your life on the line. Cause you barely gonna beat the case defending your life, let alone your ego, young black man. Now who telling that young black man the best stuff? Sanchez or black people? I'm telling these young folks the righteous shit. Black folks leading them astray.
and that's the thing that goes back to the chess move. It's the thought process. You know, think things through before you act. You know, the emotion is an immediate reaction. Okay. A thought process is a plan. You see what I'm saying? And in that situation, you know, we don't think on the sideline. We on the sideline of this whole situation because we just finding out.
Let me say one thing, because I got a person debate me real quick. I got to do it. Panama Jack said, I'm glad Malcolm X didn't think like that. Let me tell you something about Malcolm X. Malcolm X talked a lot of shit to the white man, but he didn't do nothing to him. Carmelo Anthony did. So let me tell you something about Malcolm X. Malcolm X spent his life talking shit about the white man, but black people killed him. I'm smarter than Malcolm X. If Malcolm X knew what Sanchez knew, he would have been turning against black people from the jump. There was a lot of things that Malcolm X wanted to tell black people, but he didn't tell them because he wanted to be cool with them. But guess what? Black people killed them anyway. Guess what? Don't you know that Martin Luther King was killed by a black man? Don't you know that Malcolm X was killed by a black man? Them our two biggest black voices when it come to the revolutionary. And those two big mouths was talking shit about white people their whole life. And both of them died at the hands of a fucking black man. And you got the nerve to tell me you glad that Malcolm wasn't thinking like me? Nigga, Malcolm wish he was thinking like me, because he would have saw that niggas would have killed them before the white man. Sanchez know the truth that my biggest threat is a nigga like you, Panama Jack, not no white man. But see, Malcolm didn't know that. I'm smarter than Malcolm. I'm smarter than Martin Luther King right now. They was too naive. They thought that the white man was their only enemy when the damn black man killed MLK and a black man killed Malcolm X. They wish they knew what Sanchez knew. Them niggas will still be alive. Go ahead, Marlon.
Yeah, I was still stuck on the fact that you gotta think things through. Like if you teach every child to know consequences and strategy, you know, and think of what's gonna happen after, you know, because I think this was just where he just reacted, just straight reacted. All of this stuff that we talking about, he black, white, all that, he wasn't thinking about none of that. He never thought of any consequences, and then it was done. So it ain't about black or white. Do you think that you know, all the this happened because, you know, black and white and all that? No, I think this was two dudes in an argument, and it didn't really matter They didn't think it through for neither one of them. Because if this dude is gangster, and you know he's gangster, you know what he gonna do, what his reaction gonna be. But you're gonna challenge that. You know what I'm saying? And you didn't think that through, because you thought he was just bluffing. You didn't think that through, so you're gonna challenge his gangster, and then the fuck around and find out theory.
But I
And
just get so tired of it's that when black people play dumb, it costs our children their life in prison. Because a black person will say, if he put his hands on you, you show his ass something. And it'll be parents telling their children that. And then it's like they would play dumb when you make them question that. Like, hold up, don't tell him that. Tell him to walk away. Shit, people do it every day and they beat the case. So you want your son to lash out and be trying to beat a case in that situation? We don't think about it because we're thinking from emotion and impulse. A parent is thinking based upon, think about what happened right here, Marlon. A lot of these guys, right? I'm going to give you an example. They will go through a lot of problems with women, and they will teach their son, don't trust women. And a black person that had problems with white folks would teach their children, don't trust whites. But what they don't realizing is that the racist shit is ending with these kids. That whole era of Jim Crow, I grew up in that. It's dying. The kids these new generations ain't gonna be divided with the black-white shit like how we are and our grandfathers and grandmothers were. Which is why you see the world trying to push that shit so hard right now. It's not for us, like what you said, Marlon. It's for the children. See, the white folks is hoping that they children.
I piggyback on that though?
Go ahead.
The biggest difference is though, I get what you're saying. I totally agree with it. But the biggest difference is that it don't matter. It ain't so much a color thing with the next generation. It's I think things through generation. This is the car crash generation. This is these kids that they're kind of like reckless with it, so they'll just pop off. The color don't matter. It's a kaleidoscope, but they'll do stuff like this. What do they call that? Takeover, where they run and do burnouts in the middle of the street, take over a whole block, and the kids just run out there getting hit by cars. You know what I'm saying? And they all filming it. So, I mean, you know what I mean? They kind of like scatterbrained with it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not an organized thing. I'm just talking about the wilding out part of it. You know what I mean? They ain't about the color thing. They're just about the wilding out thing. They just kind of random,
I gotta get us to this next topic real quick for the sake of the show progressing. Salutes to everybody on the call and in the chat room. The next one is Shedeur Sanders. We gotta hop to that one real quick. So the thing with Shedeur Sanders is that black people feel like white people are trying to humble him. And they feel like that is a racist thing because they feel like Shedeur is being too black and the NFL don't want black men being too black. And I see it different. I don't want to make everything a black and white thing. I see it as all of us got jobs. Most of you in the chat room, you got a job, and your job got a dress code. You can't just go dress how you want at your job and say, well, they scared of my blackness. They don't want me to wear my damn tennis skirt to work because they scared of my big black booty as a black woman. Now, you got black women doing that. They trying to play the race card, right? You see it. You got black women that are doing too much. And these corporations are private. They got the right to have a dress code. In the military, I couldn't have a beard. I couldn't have sideburns. I fucking hated it because my swag come from my lineup, my beard, my goatee. my sideburns. But when I was in the Air Force, you got to cut all that off. And man, I hated it. I hated that and you guess what Sanchez didn't do? Man, they targeted my blackness. They don't want me to be black. No, these people got dress codes in any workplace, but they trying to make it like Shedeur Sanders is being too black. No, he being too damn spoiled as a rich kid. And we trying to make it a black thing when it's a rich kid thing. Because if you got a broke black boy going to the NFL, they ain't got to tell him to tone it down. He gonna humble himself and get his family that bag. But if you Shedeur Sanders, you don't really need the money. So all the black people is saying that Cam Ward, which is the first pick, which is a black quarterback, they saying he don't really represent blackness. And I'm like, yes, he do. Because the average black kid is gonna do what they told when they get on the job, because we ain't got shit. But if Cam Newton was some rich black kid like Shedeur Sanders, he would be acting like a bougie rich kid, which is, I don't need the money. I can do what I want to do. Think about this. If a rich kid show up for work and they don't really need the job, they can break the rules more than that black person that need the job. So if somebody say, well, who's acting more black? The black boy that tucks his tail and do what he's told. But if you ask me who's acting more rich, I'm going to say Shedeur Sanders. Because the way Shedeur Sanders acting ain't black. Quit saying that that's black. That's leverage. That's, I know that I don't really need you. You need me. I'm a rich little bougie kid. And see, Deion acted the same way, but Deion had the talent to back up where he didn't have the money. See, Deion was bougie as hell, but Deion always knew the NFL need me more than I need them. Deion had so much leverage with his talent that even when he was broke as hell, entering the draft, he can talk his talk and be bougie as he want. Deion can act like he want. That's like Dennis Rodman. Who gonna turn Dennis Rodman down? If I got to deal with his colorful hair, the way that he foul out and fight, Dennis Rodman is a headache. But we still gonna hire him. We'll put up with the headache because he's talented. Shedeur Sanders ain't talented enough to be as bougie as he is. And his bouginess ain't coming from his athleticism. It's coming from, do you know who my daddy is? My daddy is Deion. And the NFL don't care who your daddy is, and don't no team want to sign no boy who they got to keep dealing with his damn daddy. The team looking for a young man that's humble, appreciative, and that's, guess what? When they say, well, Cam Ward is a young black boy that's tucking his tail. No, he doing what any young black man would do to get your people in a better position. In fact, if we get young black men to look at how Shedeur acting, we won't get nowhere in America. You ain't gonna get nowhere acting bougie and rich as hell, spoiled brat mentality. And they trying to act like the spoiled brat bougie mentality is now black power. That ain't black power. Guess how black people rose to power? Infiltrating, shutting their mouth up in the workplace and showing how good they was, and they had to promote your ass because your black ass was smarter than everybody else, even if they didn't. Let me tell you something what I know coming from Alabama. If you're a black man and you know your shit, you can be as cocky as you want because the white man needs you. That's what I know. You need leverage, dude. And your leverage can't be, well, my daddy is Deion Sanders. See, when Deion was acting cocky, he didn't have nobody to say, well, my daddy is this. Deion cockiness literally come from the fact that there was no other cornerback in the league like him when he got drafted. Listen, when it comes to cornerbacks, if you don't get Deion and you need a cornerback, you stupid. But see, Shedeur It's plenty other quarterbacks that I can get and not have to put up with your attitude and your daddy thinking he run my team. It's business. Quit acting like it's racism. Y'all black folks go to work every day and follow the rules, and you trying to get his rich kid out. He's in a corporation called the NFL, and they got a dress code. They got a character code. They got a certain way they want their players to represent the NFL. And the NFL ain't saying you can't wear your chains, you can't have swagger. They saying you ain't gonna come in our league thinking you all that and you ain't proved yourself. You coming in here riding off your daddy's coattail. And the NFL ain't like the NBA. They ain't a league full of fucking daddy's boys. What I like about the NFL that I don't like about the NBA is that in the NFL still got an initiation to where new players got to prove themselves in the league. But see, it ain't like Lil Bronny Jr. Lil Bronny didn't have to prove himself. See, the NBA is a full-fledged Nepo baby league, but the NFL ain't there yet. The NFL is still thriving off humbleness, team players. The NFL is still thriving off you ain't gonna be talking. Man, listen, when Deion was in the league, right, you couldn't even celebrate like that if you was a nobody. You had to get your name up before you can start doing all them fancy end zone dances. See, the young boys don't even know about that. You can be a nobody and got a damn accident touchdown and be dancing for an hour. The damn star of the team didn't even do a dance that long, and he scored every time he touched the ball. Dancing was a privilege when I was playing football when I was young. You had to earn the right to hold up everybody's time doing a damn dance. You had to be somebody. So I'm telling you how the league is trying to maintain its integrity. I like the NFL for that. The NFL saying, look, we don't give a fuck who your daddy is and how rich you are. We hitting here, you gonna prove yourself, because there's a lot of rich kids go to the NFL who's somebody like Peyton Manning, the Manning boys. There's a lot of Nepo babies in the NFL, but guess what about the NFL? You can't just be a Nepo baby, you literally got to be good. But in the NBA, you can be a Nepo baby and be average and everybody act like you the shit. But the NFL ain't there yet. The NFL, man, listen, when you go to the South, they don't care about your daddy and your money. When you go to Crimson Tide, Alabama, and Texas, we are football states. We love football. We don't care about the rich people. We talking about southern states. All they got going is the football teams. Texas, Alabama. We don't want a bunch of rich kids taking over football. So the rich shit, the nepotism shit is slow to get to the NFL. So black folks looking at Shedeur Sanders' nepotistic behavior as black power, and they think the NFL attacking black swagger, when the NFL ain't attacking no nigga swagger. They saying, bro, your mouth too big and you ain't proved yourself in the league. That may fly in the NBA. But the NFL, we tackle, we hit, we injure motherfuckers. This a full contact sport. You gotta prove man, listen, the more physical your sport is, the less we gonna respect you for just being a rich kid. It's like boxing. If you're a damn boxer, we don't care that Floyd Mayweather is your daddy if niggas keep knocking you the fuck out. Or if we ain't even saw you fight yet. We ain't even saw you fight yet. You ain't get no respect in boxing because you Floyd Mayweather's son. You gotta knock somebody out in boxing. Hey, listen, None of those boxing fans are gonna respect you just because you Floyd Mayweather's son. You literally gotta knock somebody out when you get in the UFC. When you get in boxing, they don't care who your daddy is. This is a full contact sport, sir. Same with Shedeur Sanders. Bro, you got the NFL different than the NBA. You literally got to come out here and work out and get physical. And think about this, right? You got a lot of Nepo babies in the NFL, but they're really good. Like the Manning boys and etc. Right? They're really good. They can back it up. So I'ma say that to Shedeur Sanders. You know, everybody got their words for it. That's how I feel about it. And the thing about it, Shedeur may be better than Eli, but the NFL know that they develop players too. The NFL will say, look, I'm going to take this quarterback that's an 80 rating because he got a good attitude and he coachable versus the quarterback that's a 90 rating and I might have to be answering in the news every other week because he too loud and ghetto as hell. He think he entitled. He got the rich kid mentality. A lot of teams will say, listen, just give me the 80 quarterback and we can get him to a 90 rating. And he humble. He a good kid. Versus this kid that's actually good, but he's loud. He think he run the team. He think his daddy own the league. If I'm a team, I'm turning Shedeur down. I don't care how good he is, because we can make a good player. We can get, coach a player to greatness, but long as the player coachable. Shedeur ain't that coachable. He cocky. And that is a big, big thing. And if you think this is something I'm just making up, Cam Newton said all this, and he was a quarterback in the league that was very flashy. Shedeur Sanders ain't more flashy than Cam Newton. They literally boycotted Cam Newton. But Cam Newton was loved in the league because he had the talent. He wasn't riding off nobody's coattail. He was his own person. The NFL respect that. The NFL don't care if you're a Nepo baby. They just want you to make your own name, unlike the NBA. Anybody on the panel want to speak? I'm pressing for time. If you want to touch
it. I do.
Go ahead.
Because recent events have affected the way, because, he fell all the way to the 5th round when people thought he was going to get drafted in the 1st round. And I don't think it was all him. I'm going to get off the echo part on this one because, and it's ironic that the Browns was the one to draft him because they just went through it with Watson. With Watson, they lost big time.
Anybody on the channel want to speak? I'm pressing for time. Go ahead. You got it, Marlon.
Oh, okay. You had it. It was echoing in the background.
I know it. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
But yeah, no, the Browns, it's ironic that they would take the chance, be the one to take the chance on him. Everybody else was shying away from him. But I don't think it was just, him talking or being like his father, because he actually do got talent.
Let me tell you something. Listen, real quick. You need this, Marlon. In a press conference, guess what Shedeur said? And this was an NFL press conference when they was asking him questions about the NFL and all that after, I think, one of those games he played. Guess what his first words was? Do you know who my father is? Let me tell you something that you never supposed to do in sports. You never try to ride off your father's greatness, because in sports, you got to put up your own numbers, man. Now, that can work in the NBA, because in the NBA, you don't have to put up numbers to sell tickets and jerseys. But in the NFL, in order for you to sell tickets, jerseys, and shoes with your name on it, you can't be a bum. In the NBA, you can still sell your shoe and your numbers be average.
That's facts. But in the NFL, there's way less games. It's way less opportunity. So when you get that opportunity, you got to actually back that up, and so it's all settled on the field in the NFL. Everything is settled on the field, you know that. In basketball, it's a little different. You can ride on those coattails, but what it does is it kills the team because that thing, what they did with Bronny, kind of took away from them actually getting some help that could actually be a viable competition with other teams. He wasn't ready. Bronny wasn't ready. Now Shedeur in college he did it. That's where his confidence is coming from in college. But see, the next level, when you get to the next level, it's really a big difference as far as from college.
That's what he don't know. Like everything you did in college, you gotta delete that, ignore that, and start brand new. And you gotta rebuild your whole reputation because this the NFL. None of that count now. Everything you did in college was to get you here, but can't nobody use that to say nothing. You gotta develop new numbers here. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I listen to sport talk radio all day long in my truck. While I'm working. I've heard all of the good and the bad. The bad is like what you brought up, the cockiness, the confidence. But hey, that's something you need in the NFL is that confidence. Because if you ain't believing in yourself, and you second guessing yourself on that level, you washing out. So that's part of the game, though. That part it is part of the game because when you don't hear everything, they mic up people once in a while, but they out there when they're out there, they they hollering at each other. They own it. It's a man's world out there. So I don't put too much into the talk part of it in the NFL because once they hit that field, it is you see what it is. It's all it's all out on the field. You see what it is, and you see if you can watch like 2 or 3 games and know that dude gonna do something. It's about that. Can you? Because in the position he playing is, can you? Is you a game manager or can you actually lift a team up based on your? You know what I'm saying? Like a Patrick Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? He will have that ability to make a play when you think there is no play. When you think they got him, somehow Patrick finds somebody. That part of it, is a lot of knowing where your people at, what the scheme is, and if you got a coach that builds around the shit. Yeah, well, he builds around because see the good coaches.
Let me say one thing before we go too far in the technical stuff. I'm pressing for time. I want to say something about the person that says just because you got some good arguments here. Somebody said Shedeur threw 4,000 yards in college. This is what black people don't realize. A lot of these franchise owners in the NFL are old white families that don't give a damn if they team win or not. It's a certain image that they want because they stadium gonna sell tickets every game anyway. For example, right, the Cleveland Browns ain't known to be a good team. They just got good in the past couple years, but they stay selling out every game. You know why? Cleveland fans don't care if the Browns is good or not. They love their team. What people don't know about the NFL versus the NBA, the franchises are different. In the NBA, your team can start at losing revenue and respect if they losing. In the NFL, it's some of these teams in the NFL been losing for years and they still sell out arenas and sell merch and jerseys even though they're weak teams. The NFL is different. people are just attached to these teams and these franchises, especially in that city where you from. Your team ain't got to be champions, but people are loyal to their fucking NFL teams. It's different than the NBA. This is what I'm telling you. When people start saying, well, Shedeur good, Shedeur can do that and do that, and you wonder why all of these NFL teams still pass them up, because they don't care. That's the message they sending. We don't give a fuck how good you is if you ain't respecting our orders and what we want for our franchise. How is that hard for y'all to grasp? Don't you know there are some companies out there right now? Let's say you're a computer programming. Let's say you the best computer programmer in the world. Microsoft may turn your application down because you cuss too much. You stink. Don't you know you can be the best computer programmer in the world, the best YouTuber in the world, and YouTube will terminate your damn channel? And you may say, but Sanchez, PewDiePie make YouTube so much money. YouTube don't give a fuck. You know how rich YouTube is? They will delete PewDiePie channel if he ain't doing what they want. And YouTube will make an example and let people know, don't never think that your money and all that give you some kind of power over YouTube, because we the one give you your damn money. YouTube don't care about the money. YouTube care about the respect and the power. They got a lot of money. And the NFL don't need no damn money. The NFL is saying, oh, you think you somebody? You think you more powerful than us? Fuck you then. But I can make you money, nigga. We don't need your money. Fuck you. We need you to listen and do what we telling you to do.
But talent wise though, I think he's more like Catton in Washington. As far as arm talent, they call it arm talent, his ability, his accuracy. So if they get a decent line in Cleveland, they might be a sleeper team if he work his way up to either the second string spot. Because what they got right now is a really old quarterback in there in Flacco. You know, Flacco's steady and Flacco's, you know, he's good. He'll be a real good game manager, but should he, happen to get sacked like in that old age in the wrong way, or he try to make a move in the wrong way, and you know the favorite thing to go out is that Achilles tendon right now.
Ooh, I gotta say this to Panama Jack because he bringing me smoke. Look, Panama Jack, because y'all keep trying to make the argument about who's more black, but yet you trying to say Shedeur Sanders is more of a black quarterback than Michael Vick. But your argument is that that for you to say Shedeur is better is to say Shedeur is more of a thrower, Michael Vick is more of a runner. But check this out. Most black quarterbacks are more runners than throwers. So you can't make the argument about blackness, then try to say that Shedeur play like a white quarterback. Y'all are hypocrites. If you want to make the black argument, guess what? Black quarterbacks are known for being runners and scramblers. Tell me I'm lying.
No, that's facts, going all the way back to the cat I used to call Gumby, playing for Philadelphia. Remember?
And Vic was a scrambling black quarterback who was ghetto as hell. He wore gold chains, he fought dogs, and they still let him back in the league after his prison sentence because the NFL don't care about you being a nigga. They don't care how black you is, long as you prove yourself. That's what I was saying. The NFL, listen, I'm not saying they ain't racist. I'm saying that the kind of racism that the NFL practice is, they ain't gonna let a lot of black people own no teams. But the NFL don't practice the little bitty bullshit racism, like you can't be black, you can't wear gold, you can't celebrate, you can't wear braids. The NFL beyond that, bro. What it is, if you black, you probably can't own a team. That may take forever. That's the kind of racism the NFL practice. But the NFL don't care if you got your damn. Remember Palomalu? Look, for example, my son got long hair. The NFL ain't gonna tell him cut your hair. That shit look too tribal or ethnic. Listen, the NFL can care less about your damn image and even your mouth if your game right. And I will even say that is true for the NBA to a certain extent, but not as much as the NFL, because Rodman did embarrass the NBA, and I ain't gonna lie. I was like, why ain't the NBA speaking out more? Because Rodman out here tripping. But they let Rodman do a lot of shit, and just because he was good. He was good.
He was the wildest one I seen. I ain't seen nobody wilder than Rodman. Rodman
Right.
was the wildest.
But like I
He
said,
always
when you
had like
when you
blonde
good,
hair, pink hair, yellow hair. Yeah, he was crazy with it. He was the first one I seen paint his fingernails black and do all that crazy shit. Nose rings, earrings, you know. Rodman was wild with it.
and they said, the brother said, well, look, when they asked Shedeur the question about is he nervous, and he said, do you know who my daddy is? That wasn't a good answer, man. That was a horrible answer. Them people are because listen, the people are asking you, are you nervous about playing in the NFL? And you supposed to say some shit like, oh no, I'm prepared for this. I've been working on my game. You can't be just riding your daddy coattail. That was a fail, bro, because hold up. Your reason for not being nervous shouldn't be because my daddy is Dion.
But at the same, I'm gonna give you a little counter argument. Dion is that's like saying taking the angle. My daddy prepared me for this.
No,
you know,
that
daddy,
ain't how. That ain't you.
know,
You check that. No, no. Wait. That ain't what he meant by that. He was saying it. He was saying I got my daddy's DNA. My daddy wasn't nervous when he joined the league, because when Dion joined the league, Dion wasn't nervous. He was Dion came in the league as a rookie, embarrassing veterans. He was very cocky. He was the opposite of nervous. So what Shedeur was doing, he was saying, look, man, I got my daddy's DNA, my daddy's blood in me. How dare you ask me if I'm nervous?
That's confidence, though.
I'm not saying it ain't confidence. I'm saying your confidence. Listen, I got you. I ain't saying it ain't confident. I'm saying your confidence should come from your own game and own merit. It shouldn't. Yeah, I'm proud to have my daddy's DNA, and I'm confident with my daddy's DNA. But if somebody say, Sanchez, you got this flat earth debate tomorrow, are you nervous? I'm not going to say, hey, man, I got my daddy's DNA. I'm going to say, bro, I got so many slides and arguments that's going to kill this nigga. I got a nail in the coffin. Look at my research, and I got this folder. I'm going to hit him with the etymology right. I'm going to show you my plan. Yes, I ain't going to, I know my DNA helps, but I'm not going to make that my argument for why I'm comfortable to play at a pro level.
I agree with that. But see, in the NFL though, it's about what you do, not what you say. You know that. It's like when because there's no hiding in the NFL. See what I'm saying? There's no, even though who your father was and what he did in the game, but there's no hiding in the NFL. You know, there's no, if they put you out there and you're not ready, it's gonna show. If your game don't grow, if your game don't develop, it's gonna show. Everything going.
I want to debate Panama Jack on the next call because I'm not gonna keep interrupting Marlon to respond to your chat. You ain't hit the link, man. Go ahead, Marlon.
Yeah. So he gonna have his opportunities. They gonna know what he can do. Cause see, I played all the way up to JUCO. So yeah.
So
Play
yeah, I
high
got
school.
so me and you, we can relate. I played to just all my pee-wee years from like 5 years. Then when I got to middle school, I stopped. And then
Yeah, I played 2 years of junior college. You playing with grown men. You know what I'm saying? They say junior college, but you playing with grown men.
So
You know
now
what
I
I'm
got
saying?
to really ask you some questions. Now you played at the collegiate level, so let me ask you a question, because when I ain't play at the collegiate level, but I'm from Bama. It's a football state, and what I know is your cockiness can't just be based on nobody. For example, right? Bo Jackson from my hometown. Bo Jackson, the running back, he's from my hometown. Guess
That was
what?
one of my favorites.
And now look, the Jackson family got a lot of athletes in their family besides Bo. And guess what? Don't none of them ride off Bo coattail. They don't say I'm great because it's in my DNA. Man, you your own athlete. You put your numbers up or you don't. You prove you. That's what make Bama such a tough football state, because we don't take that coattail right. You got to prove yourself. Man, when you come to the South and play football, either you're good or you ain't, and it's going to show. You can't ain't no other excuses, your dad and none of that in the South with that foot.
No, it's about what you could do. I mean, I ran back kicks. I ran back punts. I was a running back who could play receiver. I could run receiver routes, and I love the game. I had a passion for football, but then I played basketball too. I only played up to high school in basketball though. But yeah, man, it's when you out there, you either got it or you don't, and then you either you're gonna perform when the lights is on.
Hey, Marlon, I gotta say this because they gonna crucify me, Marlon. I gotta say this about Shedeur because it's gonna look like I'm hating. This is what I want to put out there. Shedeur don't have to ride off his daddy's coattail because he's a damn good player. He's good. I watched his highlight. Listen, people is forgetting that when Deion was at Jackson State, J-State, black folks was mad at him from going to Colorado, and Sanchez was rooting for him. Sanchez was saying, I'm glad Deion went to Colorado and took his boys there because now they got a better shot at the NFL. I was rooting for him. So the same black people that was going against, the same blacks that was going against Deion, they now acting like they care about Shedeur. But I was with Deion and the Sanders family the whole time, even when they said the hell with that black college. I knew what was best for the Sanders family. So you see what I'm saying? So they can't act like they care more than me. I'm just saying the truth. I'm just a real one. I don't let my emotions, they go on with the narratives and shit. I'm keeping it real. I'm saying, I'm saying that boy good. He ain't got to go off his dad and merit because he good.
You don't have to. Yeah, you don't. You're right.
But
that's what
hard.
I saw him play. I didn't see no flaws. I saw accuracy, because I used to run certain routes, and some routes are harder to throw than others. And he was on point. I mean, he could make all the throws.
Right. It's like this.
Tight windows, and then you got the drops.
I watched the boy. Now here's the thing, Marlon. Sometimes he take a little too long to make the decision. He got to learn to commit and go with it. Even if you get sacked, you're gonna get sacked taking that long.
He got sacked like one of the most. He got hit. I should say either hit or sacked. One of the most in on that level in Division I. He was always under duress, but he would tough it out and wait for that window, and He was
here's
real
what
accurate.
here's what
Really accurate.
here's what Shedeur going through, right? Imagine if you was Michael Jordan's son, but your game was like Kobe Bryant. It'll be hard for you not to brag on the fact that Michael Jordan gave you your genetics. But I would tell the boy, look, you good. Your daddy was better, but you would do better bragging on your own game than trying to ride off the fact that Jordan genetics is in my blood. Because you putting up good numbers. You good. It'll never probably be another Jordan. You know, well, actually, I'm wrong because I think did LeBron pass Jordan yet?
In what? In what area?
Numbers and all that. Didn't LeBron?
Oh, LeBron passed. He done passed Kareem.
Yeah, LeBron is the new Jordan. Yeah, so LeBron passed Jordan.
But he's not the new Jordan. He's not the new Jordan, and he's just got the long. You should judge it a little bit different, like in longevity. In longevity, he's the greatest. In longevity, keeping it going. You see, if Jordan wanted to, and he stayed in the game, like he took a 2-year hiatus, and the timing of that was perfect because he missed Akeem Olajuwon. That team had no answer for Akeem Olajuwon. If you go back and look at it, if you asked Jordan himself, he would have said that dude was a problem.
Let me say one thing.
Shaq couldn't even handle Olajuwon.
Somebody
that
said,
dude was a problem.
Hey, these Olajuwon was to me he was. I can't say Shaq was better than Olajuwon. I would have to say they kind of equivalent. But let me say this: somebody said if we wrong for supporting Carmelo, how did Case and Anthony get off? I don't understand the question or how they relate.
Yeah. What is it? What is the point on that?
Yeah, that's a question that I don't even get. The question don't make no sense. You're not wrong for supporting anybody, man. You can support who you want to support. If your support for somebody is based upon what Case and Anthony or something else going on, I would say you're a fool. Your support for anybody should be based on doing the right thing. Not because, well, this person did that, so I'm going to do this. That's called being a reactionary person. So I support Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf father, and I don't give a fuck about nobody else. Facts.
Sanchez, what was the reason why that white lady was doing a fundraiser to raise money? What was the reasoning behind that?
Because the white woman know that it's a bunch of white folks that hate black folks and that they would donate to her GoFundMe and make her a millionaire because they don't like black people. And if you call a black child a nigger, it's a lot of racist white folks that'll donate to you. Now listen, if you let me tell you something, sister, because you asking good questions. If a white woman, right, tell a white child that's a stranger, I love you, she ain't gonna make no money on her GoFundMe. But if a white woman tell a black child, I hate you, she'll become a millionaire in 3 days. And what does that prove? That white people hate black people more than they love themselves. Vice versa. Black people hate white people more than they love themselves. Because if a black person kill a black person, that's just normal shit. But if a black person kill an innocent white person, we gonna make that nigga a millionaire. Because just say a black person kill a white person and they also killed the black person. The same black guy that killed the black person, ain't no black person gonna be mad at him for it. But when that same black murderer that killed the black man kill an innocent white man, we gonna celebrate and make him a hero. And it ain't because he killed the white man for black people. He just a murderer. He'll murder anybody, no matter the color. But to us, he murdered that white man, so I'm gonna donate to his GoFundMe, even though he could have murdered a black man and you didn't care though. You think that he love black people, but he just hate white folks. So you think you donating because you love your people, when really you donating because you hate they people. And how I can prove that is it shows on both sides the fact that Austin Metcalf's father didn't raise more money than Shiloh Hendrix. So you got a dead white boy, and white people didn't donate to him like they donated to the white woman that called the little black girl a nigger. So white folks hate black people more than they love white people. And guess what? Black folks don't donate to the good black kids, the college students, like they donate to the black kids that murder white people. And the black person don't care that a little black girl just died the other day. They ain't giving her family GoFundMe money. They struggling on their GoFundMe. But the black kid that killed the white boy, he a millionaire off GoFundMe. The little black girl whose family struggling to bury her, black folks don't care about that because they don't love black people. They just hate white people. That's why we don't care about black on black crime. But if a white police kill us, we gon' march in the streets because we really don't give a, we don't love ourselves. We just hate them. The average black person can give a fuck about what happened to the next black person until a white person do it, because it ain't like we love black people. We just hate white people. And that's the same for white people too. They don't love white people. They just hate black people. Again, that's why Shiloh Hendrix raised more money than Jeff Metcalf. So I'm going to end the show right there because I got stuff to do. Peace and much love to everybody. We'll be back. Y'all can come meditate on that tonight. Shout out to everybody that supported the show. We did good, man. And I appreciate the support. Salutes to the Patreons and channel members. We out. See y'all on the next one.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all. Much love.